We're going to take a few minutes just for the opening on the agenda review and the ground rules. So we'll start here with Lindsay.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to, can you hear me okay? Okay, thank you. Welcome to the December 5th Hanford Advisory Board meeting. My name is Lindsay Summers, and I am the Deputy Designated Federal Officer for the Hanford site. As a reminder, this meeting will be conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. Advisory committees have played an important role in shaping programs and policies of the federal government. The Hanford Advisory Board's role is to provide policy level advice and recommendations concerning EM site-specific issues such as cleanup activities and environmental restoration, waste and nuclear materials management and disposition, excess facilities, future land use and long-term stewardship, risk management, and communications and outreach. I would like to remind everyone to assume noble intent and to adhere to your operating ground rules. I appreciate your attendance today, and I look forward to a robust meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay. Susan, any opening remarks? Also, for people at the table, the way that this is set up, we need you to be close to the microphone. So sitting over here, it's not going to be picked up. We're going to have to really lean into it. So we might ask you to do that later on. Thanks. Go ahead, Susan.
I don't have much today. Just welcome to the last meeting of the calendar year 2023. Next time we meet, this board will be 30 years old, and I hope you look back on the history and appreciate the long history this board has had in helping the Hanford site be successful. So welcome, and let's get rolling.
Thanks so much. We're going to start with some meeting logistics and agenda review. This meeting is being recorded. As part of the practice, the meeting recording will be posted afterwards on the Hanford site. And looking at today's agenda, we're going to get tri-party updates from Ecology, EPA, and Department of Energy, an opportunity for public comment, and then a briefing on the Hanford Workplace Engagement Center. We'll break for lunch at around 11:30 and then reconvene for protocols discussion for the board and its involvement in meetings and procedures. A quick break at 2 o'clock, and then board business, updates on some previous action items, reviewing and revisiting a discussion on subcommittee descriptions, and some updates on where previous requests have been made. We are adjourning at 3 o'clock. It's a little early, but for many of you already know that there will be the Hanford Dialogue this evening. It's a DOE public meeting, is that right? TPA, the Tri-Party Agencies, One Hanford, there we go. It'll be over at the Red Lion Kennewick. And we have up at the table little handouts. So if people want a break and then are going to be going to the Hanford Dialogue session, we wanted to give people plenty of time for that. Then tomorrow we will reconvene at 9 o'clock. It'll be board business on subcommittee reports and the National Liaison Report and upcoming subcommittee events. We'll have public comment and a break, then board business, future work, and future meetings. We will adjourn for lunch at 11:15 tomorrow. That adjourns the formal meeting of the HAB. After lunch, people who are interested in the work session is that the issue manager team addressing fiscal year 26 cleanup priorities will meet from 1 to 2:30. So you are welcome to participate. If you're not contributing to that discussion, you're free to leave at the lunch break. We'll hear from Jeff Wyatt on the work that they are doing. So that'll be part of the updates. We went over some of the ground rules, so I just would like to encourage people to communicate for understanding. Think about when you're expressing ideas, making it easy for people to understand what it is that you're asking for, the interest that you're interested in. If we need clarification, please do so and listen for understanding. Sometimes we think we know what's going to be said, but let's really listen. Assume good intent. I myself included, can get passionate. Assume good intentions. And if we could minimize sidebar conversations, if something's really important, take a phone call. If you could step out in the hall. If you're online, we'll mute if there's background noise, but encourage you to mute yourselves. And then for people in the room, as you probably saw when you came in, restrooms are right outside. And does anyone have announcements that they would like to report out that relate to the work of the HAB? Anyone? Online, I'm going to check. I do have a question on who is going to be representing the Oregon. So I see that Max Woods is not here. Tom, are you as the alternate? Oh, is Max online?
Tom is online.
Right. So Tom, are you the representative here today for Oregon Department of Energy?
He said yes.
Yes. Okay, great. All right. With that, I think we're ready to start. Lindsay, do you want to take us into our updates?
Sure, we have Brian Vance here to provide DOE's agency update. Brian?
Thank you. Great to be here again. As always, I will walk through quite a bit today to catch you up on a lot of the activities at the site. We did have a great 2023 calendar year and fiscal year, of course. And I think we're set up for a really great fiscal year and calendar year 2024. December is always a good time to reflect back a little bit, and I'll ask those that have been affiliated with the HAB or the site for a long time, just to think back maybe 4 or 5 years and think about where we were then as I give the update to provide a little bit of context for where we are now in the trajectory. I think it's really very impressive, and I think that reflection will be helpful in really characterizing the great progress we're delivering on the site with our contractor partners. I'm assuming there's a slideshow that will pop up there. I can keep talking though. Yeah, I could do this for hours. Don't worry. Okay, so go to the first slide when you get there. This is really the overview slide. You've probably seen it many times. I use this slide a lot because it really does provide a good context for the size and scale of the work being done. Yeah, the second slide. There you go. You can see, as always, the broad range of activities that we're executing across the site on a daily basis at a very, very high level. And the DOE leadership team focus areas, you'll notice, I hope, that you'll recognize those have been consistent for many years. And those really have set the stage and enabled us to lead the transition that we're making across the site in a way that I think is transformational. So, you know, as you think about, again, the broader context of the site and these focus areas, I think that theme has been consistent. And our focus on the health and safety of the workforce is first and foremost and consistent as our top priority in the cleanup effort. Next slide. We think about the site generally in 4 basic product lines or areas of focus. Tank waste mission, risk reduction, which really equates to traditional remediation, demolition, groundwater, infrastructure, and then base operations. And we broke infrastructure out because it is so critical to our long-term success that it bears to be broken out and talked about, because if we don't continue to invest and right-size our infrastructure, the rest of the cleanup ultimately falls apart. And I think that's an important thing to recognize as we talk about the site. This should be obvious, but this is an EM-only site. I'm responsible for the whole thing. A lot of our other 14 sites are shared with Office of Nuclear Energy or National Nuclear Security Administration or national labs. And so there are sometimes shared infrastructure costs and security costs, things like that. I don't have that burden or benefit, depending on how you look at it. This is all about us. And so when we look at the site, we have to look at it comprehensively, and every decision we make has to be based on the overall risk profile that we're managing to make sure that we can execute the mission. So to start with tank waste mission, you'll see a couple slides out there. I'll talk about those as I go through this. I generally start with direct feed low activity waste, and I'll flow in the way that the waste flows through the process, because I think that's the easiest way to talk about it. We don't always talk about the 222S lab, but the lab really does have a very important role to play in the upstream sampling of the tanks, and really also is transitioning into support for DFLAW operations to be able to ramp up their execution model. And they're going through upgrades now. They're replacing hot cell windows that were not in great condition a few years ago, and so we're working our way through that. A lot of other lab upgrades. And so the lab team under Ray Geimer has really done a great job over the last several years of really strategically planning for the lab to continue to grow as it needs to grow to support the mission. And we're seeing the fruits of that labor right now. And they are really, really good at maintaining their analytical standards and time requirements. So we see really great performance there. The tank farms, you have to talk about the tank side cesium removal system. Really operating today. So we're closing in on 800,000 gallons treated of tank waste since the start of the first batch, and we're in our 5th batch today. Really had a very clean outage. The last between batches 4 and 5, it was really 21 days long, which is the best they'd ever been able to accomplish. And that's important as we think about the longer term and their ability to maintain continuity of flow to the waste treatment plant. I just spent a little time out there last week congratulating their team for the great work. But TSCR continues to operate well, and we continue to use it to learn lessons that will ultimately apply to the next generation, the advanced modular pretreatment system. Waste treatment plant, most of you are probably aware that we had the first canister event yesterday. You didn't see me hugging and kissing the canister because it was so exciting for me to see it come out. I'm kidding, of course. That would be dirty. But it was really a great event, and really a recognition of our team, past and present, and really the transformation we've made as a DOE contractor partnership at the waste treatment plant to be able to deliver that capability. We still have Melter 2 heat up, which will start probably in the January timeframe after we resolve a couple other issues that we need to apply from lessons learned from Melter 1. But the progress is good. We'll go into cold commissioning next year, and we're on a good trajectory to start tank waste treatment in the first half of calendar year 2025. Integrated disposal facility. The pad you see on the slide here is the last really the last construction aspect of the integrated disposal facility. We're working through the permitting issue right now with ecology, but ultimately that pad or the site integrated disposal facility itself is construction complete. And the contractor, Central Plateau Cleanup Contract Company, will start hiring operators next year, just in time, start them training to take over. And then the liquid effluent retention facility and effluent treatment facility, completing major upgrades at both, with 2 campaigns planned next year to start their ramp up to operations as well. And then no discussion about I'll say the campus of the waste treatment plant's complete without a brief comment about the high-level waste facility. Design is progressing. We're in the process now of a baseline design review. We're continuing to do low risk, which means low risk of rework construction, and starting to ramp up there a little bit as well, and applying lessons learned from the direct feed low activity waste program. And we've had a couple of expert panel teams come in and provide suggestions, recommendations. And the major recommendation or the way ahead is really a design then build approach with the high level waste facility, so we can be in a much stronger position to manage our risk. Evaporator is going through some upgrades, and looks like it'll go back into its first treatment campaign next summer. AX 101 will resume retrievals this month, I think, based on the discussion I had with my team this morning. Complete sometime in 2024. and we're doing the upgrades to the A farm for the next farm that we'll treat. U farm barrier was installed this year. Tank integrity program continues to go very well, and the testbed initiative, I think you're mostly aware that the Federal Register notice from the EPA was issued last week, I think. Hanford time is hard to measure sometimes, but I think it was the 28th of November, which puts us on a path. We still owe ecology some documents, and then the ecology will start their permitting process next year, and we think we're on a good track to execute the project over the subsequent 12 to 18 months or so, depending on how everything kind of shapes out in the review process. The pictures on the left are pretty self-evident with the ion exchange column from tank site seizure removal. The right-hand picture, it doesn't look impressive, but it's exciting. That stripe is the glass being poured from melter 1 into that canister. So it's a picture, a video, sort of a picture of a picture. So it's like the moonwalk, right? It looked like terrible video, but when they were looking at it in the control room, it was really crisp. What you're seeing is a little bit less crisp, but that stripe down the center is that first pour. So history being made, and you get to see it here as well. Risk reduction mission, go to the next slide. Continue to make really important progress in, like I said, the traditional demolition remediation groundwater program that you see at the 100K, K East, the soil remediation project, more contamination from diesel fuel from an oil bunker there, and so the contractor is expanding the dig. So it's a kind of a big dig, but they're making good progress. And K West, the basin is in recirc, lining up to start dewatering next February, March timeframe. The batch plant for the grout that's going to fill the basin is already staged out there, ready to go, going through testing. And then there's some skyline changes. The gas recirculation facility has been torn down, and we've got a little video here of the sludge annex to show you. And this is really the test for the next video that I'll show you later. But so if you want to run the video, that would be great. And everybody's fingers are crossed right now, I can tell. Not that one.
Not that one.
Back. You can see the link below the torn. Nope.
Top UK and USA research doctors collaborate to find a diabetes cure. And they found a potential cure that is so easy you can do it in the comfort of your own home with a very simple daily routine.
That public health announcement was brought to you by...
Not endorsed by the Hanford site or the government.
That time lapse, what was the time span that roughly?
The actual demolition was probably 6 weeks, I think. Wasn't very long.
Wow.
Yeah, and they're fast, but they're safe and efficient. Not that, obviously. But it was great, and a lot of our folks were able to see the whole life cycle of that facility, built to support the sludge project, and then you got to see it torn down. So really exciting for them to kind of see that transformation. And then, as I mentioned, we're making great progress at the 100K area, and we'll the reduction of that basin about 300 meters from the river is really an important risk reduction that we're on track to deliver next year. Groundwater program on track for another phenomenal year of greater than 2 billion gallons. It's really not about the gallons treated, but it's about the contaminants removed from the soil. But the plumes continue to be reduced and enhancing the protection of the Columbia River. Purex at the canyon, some external tank farm work outside on the north side. We've gotten through the first tank area and we're into the second tank area. And then redox, the new ventilation system is coming together and we're into testing and we should be able to turn that on in not too distant future couple weeks. Waste encapsulation and storage facility really going well. Mock-up is operating, going through testing. The facility modifications post the capital project work, which is complete, are ongoing. And then we're on track for capital transfers in 2025. And then obviously 324 building, a lot of interest there. I'll talk about that at the end just to provide a summary of the way ahead. I'll just stress at this point, the facility and the waste site continue to be in a safe and stable condition, and we're continuing to monitor to make sure it stays that way. But we'll expand a little bit later on the discussion in a little bit later. Next slide is our infrastructure mission. So again, critical to our ability to deliver the mission going forward. Our current focus is on water systems and electrical systems, but we do have projects planned for roads and aging facilities, and sewer is continuously being focused on. And the part that's not always obvious is the IT part of it, information technology and the cybersecurity requirements, which continue to evolve pretty rapidly, always unfunded with a sense of urgency. And so we have a very robust process where we evaluate risks across the entire risk portfolio that I manage as a site manager. Cybersecurity gets put into the right locations, and then we invest appropriately to make sure that we take care of our people and the risks that are certainly inherent in some of the cybersecurity challenges. Our water plant continues to make good progress through construction. We did have some delays with some equipment deliveries, and the supply chain was a little bit weak in like electronic equipment or electrical distribution system equipment. But the progress there is good. Get through most of construction in 24 and into 25, and then we'll get into testing late 25 and maybe as early as 26. We're open for a little bit to accelerate that schedule. The Bonneville Power Administration is working on the North Loop project, which is going to enhance the reliability of power from Midway out to the waste treatment plant. They're actually ahead of schedule, but we can't tie it in until May of 25 when Energy Northwest does their next refueling outage, because all of that is tied together on the site. So great progress there. And if you're out on the site, you can see those towers being erected. And they erect the bottom, the base, and then they erect the next part beside it, and they bring a helicopter out and put it up on top. So I don't like to watch that part, but they do a great job. And then you see the road repair. Obviously, we have 274 miles of paved roads, so we continue to work on roads and maintain those. And again, at the macro level, we're always working to right-size infrastructure. And to be frank, in the early days of the cleanup, there was not as much investment in infrastructure as I think was probably appropriate given the length of the mission. And so we are in a little bit of recovery mode. I think we have a good solid plan and we're making progress there. But ultimately, as I said, without infrastructure, the site doesn't go, and we got to make sure that's invested properly. Next slide. We are committed and maintain committed to safe and secure site operations across what you recognize as a very large site. Our Hanford Fire Department continues to perform very, very well for us. We have 3 fire stations with all the training and infrastructure to support them. Wildfire expertise and equipment is really at the high end of the spectrum. But we really do appreciate the regional partnership with Tri-Cities communities and the counties where we have mutual aid agreements that I think continue to bear great fruit and really allow us to fight some really complicated fires, do it very efficiently. We had a couple of larger fires on the site this last year, but nothing that represented a risk to any of the facilities on the site. Hanford Patrol continue to do their important work in support of the security of our site. We maintain this very robust training capability from the driving course for high-speed driving practice to the 9 firing ranges to the computer-based training for the for the members of patrol who can work through a number of scenarios to de-escalate situations. They really perform exceptionally well. And in competitions with other guard forces around the complex, they tend to come out on top. So we're really proud of what they do, and they do it at a very high level. Certainly the Hammer Training Center continues to be a key, really a cornerstone for the site-wide training standards of the site, focused on hands-on, which is critical to our success. And in FY23, I think the number that I saw was over 48,000 student days. So they really have a robust training capability that's critical to our mission, and they are an important part of the transition of new people into our site culture, because a lot of our newest employees spend some number of months in their first year going through training courses, and the Hammer Training Center, partnering with our contractor partners, really work to bring people that are really smart, but maybe not without experience in the nuclear industry, into our culture, from a safety culture perspective to an operations culture perspective, all those elements that are unique to the nuclear industry, and the Hammer Training Center does a great job. We also we couldn't talk about Hanford site without talking about our occupational medical provider. As most of you know, we're in the process of a transition from HPMC to Medic Health Applications. I just call them IHA. That process for the transition started in early November. We expect it to be done in January. Really, top-notch company with the right experience to come in and continue the tradition of providing great medical support to our workforce that the HPMC team has done. And part of that transition is also the recognition of the transition to 24/7 operations. So the current OCMED provider did not have that sort of structure in their contract, and so this was an opportunity to revise the contract and add that element of it. And we'll grow into that as we get closer and closer to hot operations at the waste treatment plant. And utility operations. I'll just talk about that. I think at one of the previous Hanford advisory boards, I talked about our windstorm in February and the number of miles of power lines that have been knocked down, and the ability of our team very rapidly to respond and get power back in. And it's not just power, it's water, it's all the utilities that support the site operations, really be much more robust and agile in that. We have to spare more. We have to look at having more folks on call, more folks on site. But the proof was that after the windstorm, we were able to recover power very quickly, more quickly than we had in the past, and we're seeing that progression. So it's important that we continue to focus there, and I think we're seeing the right trajectory of that team and support as the site trajectory continues to progress as well. Next slide. I don't talk about our tenants a lot, but I wanted to highlight that we do have tenants on our site that we serve as their landlord. We continue to support their missions as well as our own, and through that process, maintaining a very strong partnership and responsibility with the tenants on our site. National Park Service is the most obvious with the Manhattan Project National Historical Park. We also have the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory. I did about 100 tours this year, so I get really good at saying that. I don't have to just use the acronym, so LIGO for short. Managed by or sponsored by National Science Foundation and Caltech and MIT. Energy Northwest, Bob Schutz and his team at the Columbia Generating Station. The Navy in Trench 94 that you can see there brought in 2 former submarine reactor compartments in October this year. And 2 not shown, Republic Services or U.S. Ecology, the small commercial landfill on the site. And then obviously we have a strong and working relationship with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and management of Hanford Reach National Monument. Next slide. Before we start the video, we continue to really focus on strengthening the positivity of the site by valuing our employees and celebrating successes. We want to really drive to be an employer of choice for those looking for a tremendous career and living in a great part of the country to do it. We have continued to recruit with our contractor partners, so it's a joint recruiting effort, and we recruit for Hanford and we sell the Tri-Cities as a part of that process because we really want people to recognize the great place that we live and work. And when we do that together, the federal hiring process can be a little bit cumbersome and slow at times. So we're more than happy to folks to come in and join our contractors and knowing that we'll go out and steal them later. So that's okay too. Because we can do that and offer some opportunities for them on the federal side that are unique, and we see people that are interested in that, and we're able to go out and get them from our contractors, and that cross-pollination is healthy because we go the other way as well. So with that, we created this video to kind of talk about the opportunity at Hanford as an employer, and so I'd like to run that now to give you a perspective on how we're sharing our site and our mission.
Welcome to the Hanford site in southeastern Washington State, a place where history and the future converge. We want to share the remarkable story of this former plutonium production site and the important work that lies ahead to clean up Hanford lands. It was here during World War II that our nation's brightest minds gathered to build the world's first full-scale plutonium production facilities as part of the top-secret Manhattan Project, contributing to bringing an end to the war. The national security mission at Hanford ramped up to an even higher level during the Cold War. This important work resulted in large quantities of solid and liquid waste, the byproducts of plutonium production, forming the basis of our current mission of environmental cleanup. While the work is challenging for our talented workforce, we remain focused on worker safety as we execute our daily work to clean up the environment to ensure the economic prosperity of our community, our region, and the nation. There's much more work to be done and to be a part of at Hanford. Hanford's highly skilled workforce leads a mission of unparalleled importance to clean up the remnants of the site's historic role. Every day, our workers bring their expertise to bear at every corner of the site. They safely and methodically progress the cleanup mission while applying their talents to ensure the stability and functionality of Hanford's facilities. And we've made incredible progress over the last 3 decades of cleanup. Beyond the vital work we do, Hanford and the Tri-Cities area offers so much more. Nestled in the breathtaking Pacific Northwest, this region offers a high quality of life. With access to world-class outdoor recreation, vibrant communities, and a welcoming spirit, the Tri-Cities is not just a place of work, it's a place to call home. The Hanford site is making history every day, driven by more than 10,000 passionate individuals dedicated to safely progressing an environmental cleanup of national prominence. There are many exciting and rewarding opportunities through which you can make a valuable contribution to our mission and our community. We hope that you will consider being a part of our One Hanford team.
So it's just I think it's a useful way of framing the site and give people a perspective that I think has been helpful for us to attract talent to our site, because there's a lot of places people can go work, but we think we have a great offering here for folks to come and be part of a great team. And if you look at our site population over the next several years, pretty stable, maybe increasing a little bit over time. And so we still see lots of openings and opportunities for folks to come in and join the team. Next slide is really outreach overview. I think
Welcome to the Hanford site.
Tremendous amount of time in a very aggressive outreach program to tell our story of safe and efficient cleanup progress here at Hanford. Many different avenues we use for that. Obviously, the Hanford Advisory Board, Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board, speakers bureaus, and then we have a number of routine interactions with Hanford communities, TriDec, and many, many others. One of the focus areas this year specifically, or this past year, was on getting people out to the site for tours. We executed about 100 tours over the last year, about 1,300 people that came out to the site. 3 tours for the state legislators from around this region, 3 Hanford community tours from the local elected officials and community folks here, multiple congressional staff tours, large and small. And I actually started doing new employee tours for my team, about 3 or 3.5 hours of a driving tour of the site, because we had people join the team during the pandemic and hadn't really spent time on the site and gotten the big picture. So I throw them in small groups in a van, not throw literally, but throw them in a van, go out and spend the time really talking more holistically about the breadth and scope of the work and the various areas that we execute cleanup in. And there was really impactful for those folks to get out there and kind of get that perspective. And for me to get time with them, because I've got a big staff and I don't always have a lot of time for that. So it worked out great. There's really no better way for people to get a perspective on the Hanford site of today than to get out and see the site. We have really pushed hard on that. And it's not just about the physical progress that's being made, because that's impressive. Walking through the waste treatment plant is impressive. But if you're not technically oriented, sometimes you don't really remember the things you might see in that area, but people always remember the feel. And when we can get them out there and have them walk through a tour with the Department of Energy and a contractor partner and have them demonstrate their knowledge and their passion and their really their expertise in what we're out there doing on a day-to-day basis, it is truly impactful. And I've literally seen people changed from the experience, because they come in with a certain perspective of the site that's not always facts-based. And when we're able to actually get them out there, show them the site, get them introduced into the people, I think we see really tremendous benefits from that. And so optimizing that exposure and that experience builds greater support. And obviously that support translates into support in Congress and Congress for funding. And we get tremendous support from Senator Murray, Senator Cantwell, Congressman Newhouse. But the more people that understand what we're accomplishing out there and see it firsthand, I think that's really important for us. And we'll continue to push for that in the coming years as well. Next slide. A couple other topics. I know you were all aware that there was a clean energy event in September. At the big DOE level, a broader initiative to look at lands across the complex that zone for industrial projects and activities for clean energy projects. At this point, our event was in September. The department is working on a draft request for proposal that will go out to those that might be interested to provide feedback on what the final proposal might look like. Our role, really limited at Hanford, is based on being a good landlord and making sure that the NEPA and NHPA processes are properly followed. At this point, I don't have much more to share, but as news is available, we'll continue to make sure that that gets out, and we'll support whatever future activities here at Hanford are planned by the department. Other topics always include the budget. And so, as you know, the budget next deadline is on the 17th of January. We're funded today for what we have planned to execute between now and January, and I think we'll continue to see the funding that we necessarily need to move the mission forward. And so we're continuing to plan for contingencies, but at this point, I don't have any real concerns. I think we're in a good place, and we'll continue to move forward with the mission as planned. And then for the integrated tank disposition contract, the department is working through that process. I'm a customer of it. I don't have any additional insights than anybody else does. And so when that decision is finally made, we'll move forward with that. And as you recognize, that's ultimately a combination of the tank farms contract and the direct feed low activity waste portion of the waste treatment plant. So it takes away one of the technical and commercial interfaces in how we operate. And I think that will ultimately help us evolve into the operational posture that we will ultimately transition into. But I don't have any new news on that either. And you probably know as much as I do. And my last slide, I'll talk first just to wrap up. Again, a really strong year of safe and efficient progress at the Hanford site in 2023. As I think you all recognize, the site mission is complex in every dimension: technical, regulatory, commercial, stakeholder, tribal, just keep going, right? And what our team continues to find ways to do is develop and execute safe and efficient cleanup projects and programs while we're maintaining the site safe and secure to progress the mission, reduce risks, and ultimately our mission at the top line is optimize risk reduction per dollar invested by Congress. Because when we can do that, we are creating the safest place for our workforce. We're creating the safest place for our community as we clean up the environment. And that's what we're here to do. That's the only job that we have, is to clean up the environment. We're not an aircraft manufacturer. We're not a refinery. We're not anything else. And we don't do environmental as a side hustle tied to a business case analysis that ensures we're following the RCRA and CERCLA and whatever regulatory environments apply to that business. Our business is cleanup. And so when we think about the work we're doing, we focus on that 24/7, 365, and we continue to find ways, working with our regulators, working with all of our contractor partners and the broad spectrum of those who are interested in the cleanup. And I generally have between 10 and 15 2, 3, 4, 5-letter acronym organizations on my site at any one time, watching how we do business, because they're interested, and Hanford's a big site and we have a lot going on. We find a way to progress the mission within that environment and do it safely and efficiently. And I think if you look at the macro level, and again, looking at it from a context of where we were 5 or 6 years ago and where we are today and the trajectory we're on, really impressive. And our team has done a phenomenal job in continuing to progress a very challenging mission. I promised I'd mention 324 and kind of the way ahead. Obviously, an area of interest. We had a very productive meeting with the EPA last week. We have an agreement on the next steps to address the change conditions, which includes a regulatory path that is defined that will include public involvement. Workers will proceed with deactivation activities that do not preclude alternatives being evaluated through the process, which will allow us to maintain progress in a way that's protective of the workers and the community and the environment as well. Obviously, the information will be shared as the process continues. As I mentioned, there'll be public comment opportunities along the way. And as the information becomes available, we'll continue to share that information. I'll close at that, and I'll turn it back to either Lindsay or over to Dave Enan or whoever's next.
So per our practice, we'll hear all the presentations and then open it up for board discussion and questions. And the next presentation will be by U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, David Enan, who is the manager for EPA's Hanford Project Office. And if you give us just a minute, we're going to be bringing up the presentation.
I don't have a presentation.
Oh,
so
okay. All right. Disregard.
good morning. It's good to see you all. There's some new faces. Sorry, I've been out for a couple months due to surgery, but it's good to be here with you this morning. First off, I want to go to the 324 building and echo and emphasize what Brian said. There's been several meetings, and it's culminating a very productive one last week. And we have agreed on the next steps to get us to make those decisions. We're going to follow the CERCLA process, have a public involvement opportunity. We don't have a lot of details to share yet, but as they become available, we will share, even probably, and we'll try to share before the public comment period. We're not there yet, but we've made a lot of progress, so we're going to keep making progress. And one of the things that like Brian said, we've identified that there's some activities that can and should keep going that will not impact any of the alternatives. So I think we're in a good spot right now. Something I forgot to mention when I was here in August. Some of you who've been around the Hanford Advisory Board for a long time remember one of our rep to the advisory board was Emmy Liha. She was a member of the Hanford Project Office, and she moved to headquarters. Well, this summer she got a promotion. She is now the deputy director of our Federal Facilities Program Office in Washington, D.C. So that's really great news for her and really great news for us, because she's the person that, that program is what I nominally report to, obviously via the region, but they're the ones that run the federal facility program nationwide. So this is like I said, it's a really good news story. And just for those of you that remember Emmy, I just wanted to share that. The other thing I wanted to touch on, speaking of cleanup work and upcoming things, we don't have a date yet when to expect it, but the 100N and 100K RFS and proposed plans will be coming out for public comment sometime next calendar year. So just wanted to put those on the view screen as something coming. Other than, I don't think I've got a whole lot of other updates for EPA. Just again, it's good to see familiar faces and new faces. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you when you were joining the HAB. That I will turn it over to Stephanie.
Stephanie, do you want to also introduce yourself for people in the room?
Sure, I'm happy to. I'm Stephanie Schleif. I'm the Deputy Program Manager for Washington State Department of Ecology's Nuclear Waste Program. David Bowen, our Program Manager, usually comes and covers these, but he is on his last day of a much-deserved vacation. He will be at the Hanford Dialogue tonight, though, and looks forward to providing some remarks at that. I'll give you just a minute to get our presentation pulled up.
Okay,
Oh, looks like you got it. Perfect.
No, just 1 second. You don't have it for people online. If you could just, sorry.
Sure. While you're getting that pulled up, I'll just mention a couple of other names. I'm not the only one from ecology here today. I want to make sure folks recognize faces from ecology. With me, I have Ryan Miller, our communications manager. I'm sure most of you are probably familiar with Ryan as he routinely comes to these meetings. With us, we also have Edward Holbrook. He is our waste management section manager. And then online, we also have Teresa Howell. She is John Price's replacement, and most folks remember John being our tri-party agreement section manager. We've since changed the name of that section to be more reflective of the work scope it covers, and that is compliance and regulatory assistant. So Teresa is our compliance and regulatory assistant section manager. She also covers the same scope of work, though, including tri-party agreement.
Okay. Third time's a charm. There we go.
We good to go?
We are. Thank
Perfect.
you.
I think you can go to the next slide. Here's the outline of what I'm going to cover this morning. It's pretty routine for the updates we provide at the board meetings. We'll cover recruitment for our office, outreach, education. Ryan Miller will step up and provide that update for me. We'll talk a little bit about Hanford site funding, tri-party negotiations, tri-party agreement compliance activities, and then compliance and permitting. On recruitment, one, I want to say I loved the video, Brian, that you put together on workforce recruitment. That is very awesome. I look forward to sharing that with others. I'm also very excited to say that we've made significant progress on recruitment for our office. We're fully staffed at around 90 folks. So you can see here that at a point about 8 months or so ago, we had a high of 31 vacancies, down to just 15 now. 3 of those are in active recruitment. Whether that's through offering, reference checks, interviews, recruitment's being posted. And one thing in particular that we continue to be focused on is knowledge transfer, as we're seeing a lot of folks that are leaving through retirement, and how to ensure, their decades of experience continues on for the next generation. For anyone who's interested in a job at Ecology, we have provided a link there. We are seeing that, especially with our environmental specialist series, we are able to recruit a lot of folks, in particular just out of college with little experience, and giving them opportunities for in-training so they can develop their job opportunities within our agency, and we've been pretty successful for that. Going down, we definitely wanted to recognize Deeb Goswami. He had been with our program and with the state for 32 years. He had a huge list of accomplishments that he did for our program. Deeb was a hydrogeologist. He led our hydrogeologist team of about 5 HGs. He Among his many accomplishments, one of the things that he in particular worked on was scheduling routine groundwater team meetings for more than 20 years, bringing together tribal nations, energy, EPA, Oregon contractors to share information and problem solve issues for groundwater for the site. And we are very thankful for all of the contributions that he made. We are moving forward with trying to fill his position, but he leaves some very big boots to fill. So that hopefully recruitment will be out in the next couple of months. And then Ryan, ready for you to cover outreach and education.
Perfect timing. Thanks, Stephanie. So our outreach and education, we had a pretty strong year. We've actually had some of our highest outreach. And when we say outreach and education, that's us going to STEM fairs at schools, talking to Rotary clubs, presenting to classrooms, doing other kind of events, some of which Brian covered that their team does as well. So in total on the year, we've done 32 events that have reached more than 1,700 folks. In addition to that, we've done 4 Let's Talk About Hanford events, that's the online kind of series we started during COVID. So our most recent ones I was going to cover was November 1st, our last online event was talking about Hanford insects. We actually had one of our staff members who's an entomologist outside of his ecology duties, so he kind of covered some fun stuff about bugs at Hanford. And the 2 before that was on November 6th, me and a staff member were at Jefferson Elementary in Richland at a STEM night where we were able to talk to a bunch of kids and parents about Hanford, and we had our groundwater model to talk about. We talk about groundwater pollution at Hanford with that model and other kind of topics. And then I also went over to Seattle to Roosevelt High School on November 8th and presented to 3 different classrooms of a mixture of, I think it was business law and marketing students, high school students, and there was combined classrooms with, I think, environmental law. So I talked to about 120 students total about just our general Hanford history presentation and talking about the kind of regulatory framework at the Hanford site. So outreach and education is super important to us. Obviously, as we presented at the last meeting, our longtime education specialist, Ginger Wireman, went on to another really exciting position in an Ecology Central Regional Office. So that position is still vacant, and we're just waiting to be able to recruit for that. But in the meanwhile, our team is still doing the best we can to attend events and still make sure that we have an educational and outreach presence. So if you guys have any, if you want us to come present to your organization, if you know of anybody that is interested, please come let me know, and we'll do our best to come and accommodate and present, and happy to attend any events that we can. And back to you, Stephanie.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, we have a small but mighty communication team led by Ryan, and they do great work continuing to get the word out about Hanford, what we do within ecology. And in particular, we've gotten a lot of really great feedback about the Let's Talk Hanford series that Ryan has organized. So just very appreciative of that. Moving on to talk about Hanford site funding. President Biden proposed a fiscal year 24 $3 billion allocation for the Hanford site. That fiscal year 24 Senate and House budgets are also about $3 billion. If passed, that would increase from 2.84 in fiscal year 23 and 2.7 in fiscal year 2022. That's the result of many unified voices, including a lot of work on behalf of our program manager, Dave and Bowen, and our director, who have continued to try and make routine visits out to Washington, D.C. to educate folks on the amount of money we need for compliant budget funding for the site, but then also the important work in progress that we continue to see happening. And I just want to mention the graphic that we did add there. That's from what we call our one-pagers that we put together and that we share when we go back to DC with various folks. You'll see that we are seeing an increase in the compliant budget number funding, I should mention, is also from the life cycle cost scope and schedule report that Department of Energy releases, and that is out for public review. And you'll see an increase there, most to continue to fund the DF law mission. That, you can go to the next slide. We continue to update you on any upcoming negotiations, including ongoing holistic negotiations. We are continuing to work through drafting changes to the tri-party agreement and consent decree in holistic negotiations, and we're hopeful that it will be soon that we'll have those to share and out for comment. We also are anticipating negotiations on M15, M16, and M85 in the coming fiscal year. And then we also just wanted to mention for 35 back in September, we issued a release letting folks know we had reached a settlement with the Department of Energy. And with that settlement, the state of Washington and Ecology, are regaining direct access to data that's critical for us to regulate the Hanford cleanup, including for us to conduct our compliance inspections. As part of that settlement, we received $540,000 for 2 supplemental environmental projects for the site. Teresa Howell is our section manager on that. If folks have questions, we're happy to answer that. Continuing on to talk about the compliance inspections that we conduct from July to September. And these inspections here are dangerous waste inspections that we are required to conduct under our performance partnership agreement with the Environmental Protection Agency. It dictates the schedule that we have to inspect facilities out on site, and those are facilities that either treat, store, or dispose of dangerous waste. Here are 3 that we conducted during that time frame. And so far for fiscal year 23, we conducted 29 dangerous waste inspections. The next slide will show you the reports that we issued. So each inspection that we conduct, we'll issue a report for that. That report will say whether there is an area of non-compliance or a concern that we have that needs to be addressed. And we hyperlink to those so you could go look at them if you choose to do so. We hyperlink just to the ones that are in the Hanford AR, the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard. That's there just for information. It's not a Hanford site, so it's not in the Hanford AR. Next, talking about our air operating discharge points inspections conducted. Here's a list. I'm not going to cover each one. Those are inspected on a period of every 3 years. Our AOP, or air operating permit, has 66 discharge points, and after each inspection, we might request records, and subsequent to that, we will issue a letter. Opportunities for public comment. We have the Newcon Research Development and Demonstration Permit that will go out for public comment. We anticipate early in 2024. That will be a 45-day public comment period. And then Brian talked about this a little bit. The 2,000-gallon test bed initiative research development and demonstration permit should go out for public comment. Again, that'll be a 45-day public comment, sorry, and that will be out for public comment March to April is what we anticipate right now. And then Brian mentioned, and I think Dave did too, on November 28th, EPA issued a proposed approval of treatability variance from the Department of Energy to the Hanford site for those 2,000 gallons of waste subject to this permit. And so our permit would coordinate with that if approved. And then one of my favorite topics, as always, is providing you an update on the Hanford site-wide permit renewal. The 120-day public comment period is scheduled for 2024. When we get closer to finalizing all of the unit groups, we'll provide early notification of the public comment period. One of the questions we've got previously is, why 120 days? The regulatory requirement for a draft permit is actually just 45 days, but due to the breadth and scope complexity of this permit, we are increasing that to 120 days to allow adequate time for the public to review and provide comment. A little bit about what will be included. There will be 48 unit groups and 2 corrective action unit groups. Permit will have standard conditions, attachments, and supporting documents, and we anticipate it being about 20,000 pages. Staff from Ecology and the permittees continue to work really closely together to address remaining deficiencies, public comments, Department of Energy comments, tribal comments, EPA comments. And once we have an idea of once we finish addressing deficiencies for each of those unit groups, we will have a definitive time that we'll be able to tell you when that permit will go out for public comment in 24. But at this point in time, it's just too early for us to pin down the date. And then the last slide are just acronyms. Try not to use acronyms, but as we know, there are many acronyms out on Hanford, so we try and make it as easy as possible for folks to identify what those are. And then I'll briefly just mention that at the Hanford Dialogue event this afternoon, myself, David, and many other of our section managers and technical staff will be there for the open house at 5:30. If folks show up and have questions, we'll be there and happy to answer any questions and look forward to engaging with you this afternoon. Thank you.
And thanks to all our speakers for the presentations. The presentations are currently up on the website for all the full meeting materials. For the board members, if you have a comment or question, please tilt your name tent up on end. And I see Pam and Q. If you are online, please raise your hand or send a note in the chat. So Pam, you are first up.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for all your presentations. Brian, your presentation is so exciting and just so amazing that we're making class. It's been a long time. Also, I really enjoyed the video for outreach. And you know, everyone's gonna have a lot of comments and questions. So one particular one for me is the direction from DOE headquarters to look at other uses of land. And I think back to when the city of Richland and the Port of Benton pursued a land transfer. That was unbelievably complicated. And it was a small piece of land. And you're talking about a large piece of land. And, you know, in the olden days of Hanford, some people had program trash that they went and buried. And it's in different places around the site. It didn't all go to the appropriate landfills. So assessing that land for reuse must be staggering. So I'm curious about your path forward.
Thanks, Pam, for the question. I think, as I mentioned, we're still in the infant stages of a path forward on how the process will be executed. At this point, there's no intent to transfer land for these activities. This would be another vehicle, effectively lease agreement or something similar that would allow us to retain ownership. And then, as you mentioned, all the processes that go through for land clearance and things like that, we would continue to make sure those get followed with NEPA and NHPA. I still think we're in early days. I think we've talked about the opportunity to get people to think about it. I think the draft RFP will go out. We'll get more insights on that at the headquarters level. The process will be clarified I'll say really at the headquarters level. And then I view our role really as the landlord of whatever choices are made in technologies and projects and things like that within the framework that are established by the department, and lands that are already effectively zoned for industrial use. And so I think obviously it's a high priority for the department to support clean energy initiatives. We certainly support that, but we're not funded to do that work. We're here to execute the cleanup mission, and we have to follow the appropriations law of how those funds are sent to us. We'll retain that focus as a Hanford site team. And ultimately, as I said, we'll support the processes that are put in place to ensure whatever those projects are cited appropriately with the appropriate accommodations and requirements in whatever the vehicle becomes to take the land back to whatever state it was in when that project or activity is completed. I'm assuming that will play out that way. We still haven't seen the final products. And we'll just be a great landlord, just like we are for Energy Northwest and all of our other tenants. So I'll say stay tuned. I think it's more to come, and I think it will take some time. I think we recognize it's not an immediate type of activity and an immediate transition, and there'll be lots of discussions across a wide spectrum of stakeholders in the tribal nations before anything really gets off the ground.
Thanks. I do not see any comments online, and I know a couple tents went up probably in close proximity, but here's the sequence I have. Okay, I do have a question. No, okay, so Rob Davis, Rob Parmalee, Mia Roseberry, and Chris Sutton.
Thank
So
you.
Rob?
Thank you. I have questions for Vance and for Stephanie. In this last year, Brian, we've had several reports come out. We've had the GAO report come out last January saying we got to make decisions. And we've got the two FFRDC reports came in, gave us a hierarchy and gave us 4 options. And we're really tending towards an option that may allow us to advance cleanup, up to 15 years in advance, of lead time that we can start solidifying low-level waste. So from this whole last year, we really haven't heard what your feeling is or the department's feeling on these reports that came in. And are they going to be a guidance towards you for future mission effort and spending?
Yes.
That's what I need to hear, actually, because I felt those reports were very thorough. And they discussed everything from transportation to what to do with it and the grouting process and et cetera. And GAO says, let's get on with it. So I'm very much in favor of that. And whatever we can do to get on with it, let's do it.
No, I appreciate that. And I think, as we talked about illicit negotiations with Department or EPA and Washington, the agreement in principle last spring signaled, I think, convergence on the way ahead. And that's the start of a process that, characterizing all of the agreements over 60 to 70 negotiating sessions, I'll call that a lawyer's delight. Right, that's where the lawyers really enjoy, and they spend a lot of time doing that. It's very important to make sure that we capture all those things. I think, and as those agreements, once that agreement is issued, and it's clear the direction we're going to go, and I think the path becomes clearer. And the fact that we did work with the EPA to get the Federal Register notice out is a path to grout. We have the testbed initiative equipment that we're going through some revisions in the technical side because we had to change the risers planned for the SY tank we're taking the waste from, or the supernate from. We'll get those to ecology. I know ecology is supportive of moving on with a grouted solution for the RD&D part of it and to open the opportunity for acceleration of the overall mission. We are consistently looking for ways to accelerate the tank waste mission, the Hanford mission, safely and efficiently. But as you recognize, it's not a simple process to gain alignment across a very broad spectrum of interested parties to shape a way ahead. So we continue to focus on what is clearly in front of us is getting the waste treatment plant moving forward. The tank side season removal system operating today is exciting. We should get over 800,000 gallons of treated waste in the next few days. And while we had a little bit of a waste acceptance criteria challenge, it's not really a surprise given the process we've been through, and we've already mitigated or retired a number of the risks associated with that challenge. And I think we're on a success path to not impact hot commissioning when we're there, with plenty of waste feed that is waste acceptance criteria qualified to move the mission forward. So there's a lot of good indications and a lot of momentum on multiple fronts, and seeing them all come together and all the indicators, they're not just breadcrumbs anymore. They're loaves of bread showing the path ahead, and we're really excited about it. I think we continue to have very constructive discussions with ecology, very constructive discussions with EPA, and I think we do have a viable path forward. We have to get through the negotiations process, but I think at that point, the way ahead will be pretty clear, and we'll be executing that with vigor.
Yeah, definitely. I see that the FFRDC commissioned by the Congress is a very important set of documents that they generated. And if nobody's read them, I encourage you. Great. Stephanie, your question is Newcon research.
Rob, if
I have two
let's,
questions.
Okay, maybe let's go around. I'll come back. So if we can get a round of questions, and I'll come back to you.
Sure.
Thank you. And nice to see you back. So thank you. Good to see you. Rob Parmalee?
All right. First of all, I want to commend you on that one mission video that you guys developed. That was really great. I mean, it was for such a short video, it's very inspirational. Had a tendency to almost start applauding afterwards. My question is, you mentioned the 324 area, that there are activities continuing on. Can you provide some specific on what those activities are?
Yeah, most of the activities planned at 324 are asbestos abatement, activities that move the facility in the direction of inactivation, but don't preclude other things that would ultimately be tied to the solution that we ultimately reach with the EPA. So there's a lot of work that goes on in any deactivation process with asbestos and system removals and reductions and contamination cleanup and things like that. Those are all the activities that will continue to make sure that the workers continue to work and make progress towards ultimately the solution we all want to see is the facility demolished and the waste site remediated, which is collectively, I don't think there's ever been a disagreement between the department and the EPA on what we're trying to achieve together. But with the new condition as found, an evaluation of the safest technical path and then an appropriate regulatory path, those are discussions that the department's had with the EPA. And as I said, we'll be able to share more as that we get a little bit farther down the road. But really, we also didn't want to perturb the workforce, the folks that have been there for a while, and keep them working in constructive or productive activities to keep the flow of the work going on, because ultimately we want a continuous flow through this process to get that at end state that I think we all want.
Is there a prospective date on when a path forward might be developed so that we can continue on the work?
No, I think we've already agreed on the work that's going to continue, and we've got a letter going to the EPA, I think, within the next couple of days that will lay that out. It's a little bit premature since we had the meeting just last week and really got I'd say the first solid alignment on the regulatory path ahead and tying that back to the technical. I don't think it'll take a long time, but I think we'll have a few more sessions before we can come out and talk about it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mia, did you have a question? Comment?
I'm just getting ready. Can you hear me?
Yeah, maybe a little closer.
Yep.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Okay. So my question is directed towards DOE and then also ecology, if you have something to add. And Brian, you mentioned the waste acceptance criteria challenge just recently. And so it's my understanding that there's more cesium in the waste that's been staged for the law facility than there should be. And I'm just wondering, will this staged waste have to be run through TSCR again, or is TSCR not removing enough cesium? What is the schedule for addressing this issue? And then I'm confused also about the root of the problem. I've heard in previous HAB meetings that TSCR isn't removing enough cesium. I've also read in DNFSB that the tank AP 106 wasn't cleaned properly enough before staging this waste. And so wondering what the root of the problem is and what's going to be done about it, the schedule.
Well, the underlying issue is there was more cesium in the tank waste after the third batch than we anticipated. The reality of the challenge of preparing a tank that's an operating tank to transition to a feed tank to the waste treatment plant, our contractor did a phenomenal job of, within the constraints that they have, not only in managing excess capacity, because we have to maintain volume in the tank farms in case there's an issue that we have to transfer waste. But within the boundaries that they had, they circulated the liquid in the tank to clean it as much as they could, and they pumped it as far down as they possibly could. But it had been an operating tank, and though our calculations indicated the potential that there could be additional cesium in what we called the heel, which was left, and potentially some residue on the sides of the tank, we still we couldn't tell that until we started treating tank waste and filling the tank. And so the process, as we went through the first three batches, we were able to get to a level above where the tank had been previously when it was prepared. And we did circulation and then took samples and identified what is really a relatively minor amount of cesium at a very tight specification in AP 106. So when we sat down with contractor partners and we had not only a contractor team, but also an expert panel review, there's multiple pathways that get evaluated in a situation like that. The first pathway is really to make sure that we're not going to continue to see cesium increase from the sides of the tank as we complete each batch. And so after batch 4, we took another sample after recirculation, and we didn't see any cesium rebound. So we don't think there's any new cesium that's coming into the tank from the sides that raise a concern. And so that risk I consider mitigated and retired. We also took samples of that waste from the tank and sent those samples to PNNL to run them through ion exchange columns, very similar, well, exactly the same as the tank side cesium removal system columns, to make sure those that ion exchange media was effective in continuing to remove cesium at those lower concentrations, and it is. So we don't have any concerns about that part of the process either. In parallel with those two, we looked at the waste acceptance criteria, because as we found, as we've continued to evolve the site and each of the systems associated with direct feed low activity waste, all starting back in the formation of the waste treatment plant program, and as we found at the waste treatment plant itself, there are things that when you go from theory to practice in the commissioning process, testing process, you find things that in general minor, because the engineers are really smart and do a great job, but in general minor, and we have to understand what happened there. And in this case, we're looking at the waste acceptance criteria, taking it all the way back to the foundation of it to make sure the waste acceptance criteria is correct. And we found some issues with the waste acceptance criteria that went all the way back to the pretreatment facility. So we have another team called a Fix It Now team that Delmar Noyes manages that are looking at the WAC part of it. And so part of the corrective action was also doing another batch, getting through batch 5. And so we asked our WRPS and our tank farms contractor, we'd had a few challenging outages with whether it was material issues or corrective maintenance or preventative maintenance or a number of things. So we asked them to really focus on driving a clean outage to see what's possible for sort of a streamlined approach. And they did a great job. Of the last campaign on batch 4, or I'm sorry, the last batch ended on like the 30th of October, and they started TSCR operations on the 21st of November. So 3 weeks to be able to demonstrate that they could do that. And so all the information is coming together in this month, and we'll sit down with the contractor expert panels and lay out our way ahead in January. Now, I think many of the risks that were identified in the process have already been retired. And so we think it likely that a part of the solution will be to transfer the waste back to AP107 and retreat it. At that level, it may only take a couple of campaigns or batches rather than 5 to get through the ion exchange columns and have compliant waste. But again, there's no risk that I can see given what we just demonstrated with the TSCR outage, all the background information we've already gathered, and what I expect to be a relatively straightforward process of just transferring the waste back and treating it, because we've done it before, to be able to have compliant waste and a significant volume of compliant waste ready for the waste treatment plant when hot commissioning starts. So I don't see a risk there, but it's a symptom, frankly, and I'll say a reality of the transition we're making from the concept of DFLAW and all these individual systems and programs all coming together and starting and operating and be ready to execute the site-wide machine that direct feed low activity waste really is. And so I think the team has come together well, and I think we've seen the maturation in this team that we saw at the waste treatment plant team that went through a number of issues together. Each time they were challenged by an issue, their ability to form a team, storm the problem, look at all the options, develop a good sound technical solution, and put it into play has gotten better and more efficient. And we're seeing that growth in our tank farms team as well. So this is a natural part of the process. I don't see this as anything that I'm not concerned about it, and I don't sleep a lot at night. This is not one of the things that keeps me awake. And I think we're on a good success path. And I think a couple more TSCR campaigns actually help us, or batches actually help us go through the process again and help to hone our proficiency in those outages and continue to be ready for waste treatment plant operations next in 2025.
Thanks very much for that. And I'm mindful of time. We have public comment, but let's get through the questions. So Rose Ferry, Chris, and then Richard Bloom, and then back to Rob Davis. So Rose?
I think my questions are both for you, Stephanie. I have a quick yes or no. Did I understand you to say you are, in your agreement, are now getting direct access to data within your agreement?
Yes.
Okay. So my real question, now my bigger question is, I'm looking at the Hanford budget at a glance. And first of all, I find it interesting that ecology is contracted with somebody to, I guess, to boost their federal advocacy. I find that interesting, but anyway, more interesting is looking at the budget and looking at what the request is. I'm assuming that that is DOE's request for budget, versus obviously what appropriations have been, and appropriations have been more than what the request is. But even still, I'm looking at the orange line that shows that even the request for budget remains to be, I'd say, quite a bit below what is needed to be in compliance. And I don't know if maybe it's you or Brian who it's, I guess I'm trying to figure out why we've been going through this exercise for years and years now, and why we're still so far under, the request is still so far under what the actual need is going to be. And I'm assuming that that is what you guys talked about when you were in Washington, D.C., is how do you get that, well, at least the appropriations up to a level where DOE can be in compliance. And I don't, that's kind of convoluted in a way, but maybe you can kind of, I'm trying to understand, where we're at with this, and what do you hope to accomplish with hiring an advocacy group?
So getting to your question on the graphic, Rose. So part of what we're sharing there, and I invite, Ryan to come up as someone who has prepared the one pager with David. But we're really, when we go back, we're educating folks on the cost of DOE being able to do the mission here at the Hanford site. And one thing that I, continue to hear David say, and we Ecology are saying, is it's not just the Hanford site that needs funding. It's all of Department of Energy, EM needs additional funding to meet the obligations at their cleanup site. So we're not just trying to take a bigger piece of the EM pie. We want all of EM to get more funding to meet the obligations that they have on the schedules that are in our federal facility agreements. So that's really the messaging. Contracting with BNF is something that we as the state can go back and educate, senators, legislature, on what it's going to take to fund Hanford, the work that we're doing. And we have found that through doing that, through them understanding, through the one-on-one contact, it's helping them understand the importance of the mission, the important work that we're doing. And it's something that we previously did before. This is new. I think the contract started maybe beginning of this year, this calendar year, we contracted with them. And they help us identify, who the right people are to meet with, what the status is of passing a budget, like if there's going to be a continuing resolution, and keep us looped in so we can also make sure our director, if she's back in DC, can meet with various folks as well, and who the appropriate folks are to meet with. Did that help answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. It actually did. I'm sensing you guys are I feel at least that you guys are really taking this very, very seriously at this point. I mean, not that you weren't before, but I mean, I feel like it's kind of been upgraded a bit. And I know David's had a lot to do with that, because I know that that's really been important to him to make sure that there's adequate funding. So thank you. Yeah.
And one more clarification, Rose, sorry, Judy, the request line on that graphic is the president's budget request.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for all those points of clarification. Chris?
Brian,
let me just point, I'm sorry, I had a little sidebar. We're going to hold the public comment for just a few minutes. Both people that have registered are in the room. I have no one online. We're going to work through these questions and then turn to public comment. Thank you. Go ahead.
Brian, I have two quick questions for you. With regard to cybersecurity, you see periodically in various news outlets that the federal government is hit with a phenomenal number of hacks and attempts to infiltrate our various software systems. Are you seeing that at Hanford, that there are numerous attempts to try and break into our various systems here?
I think broadly there's attacks on everyone these days with cybersecurity risks. I don't know that we certainly have a very robust cybersecurity program. Our Hanford Mission Integrated Solutions contractor does a great job with managing both of our Hanford local area network, and also we have the similar programs and processes for our industrial control systems. And so I think we have a very robust program in place. I'm sure that we do get attacks, but they probably don't, I know they don't get past the first barrier. And we're constantly having inspections right now. Actually, tomorrow, I'll have an outbrief from Enterprise Assessments on an evaluation they're doing this week. Last month, I had the Office of Environmental Management, MIP team. I don't know what MIP stands for, but it's their cybersecurity arm that come out as well. And so we have not seen any indications that we've been penetrated, and we continue to have a very robust focus on making sure we have that hard outer shell.
My second question is, on the CPCCO leadership org chart that's publicly available, I noticed that they formed a special project, 324 project team, with the manager of that team reporting directly to the president of CPCCO. Is there an expectation that that team will only be in existence until technical and regulatory path forwards are reached, agreements with the, say, EPA, ecology, or is there sort of an expectation that that team will morph into an overall management team and continue to oversee 324 through the demolition of the building and remediation of the 296 waste site beneath it?
I don't have a good answer for that now, because I'm typically operating at the Eschenberg level, and his team that supports him and dealing and working directly with Heather Dale are there. I suspect it's more of a tiger team approach for now, and it will evolve as the project evolves, but I don't have a specific answer on how they're structured, or I just expect them to get the job done. So however they structure themselves, that's fine with me as long as it gets done.
Okay, thanks. Richard Bloom?
This question is for both EPA and Brian as well. With the delays on 324 and possible options, many years ago, the biggest concern with 324 was fire lines outside providing, breaking. Are we going to revisit the integrity of the fire loops down in the 300 area? That was the biggest concern that was coming up in delaying going after the the plume underneath 324, just because of the transport to the river, which provides water for all the Tri-Cities. So
yeah, it's well, when I was the project manager for that project, I was worried about the fire lines for 324. I don't know if we've isolated those yet. I don't think. I think it may or may not be isolated. But I think I'll have to get back to on that. I just don't remember if we've isolated. Now, I will tell you the typical motive force that we most worry about is rainfall and snowmelt. And based on the location of the B cell underneath that facility, we have not seen any indications of any migration of contamination since the contamination was originally found in 2009. But certainly most likely from much earlier, probably in B cell when they were doing grouting inside the cell and filled up that sump with grout, and there was no motive force anymore. And we still have those groundwater wells downstream that we continue to monitor on a monthly basis to make sure. So today I will tell you, I don't think that risk exists, but I don't remember if that fire line has been taken out of service yet, because that was our intention. I just don't know if it's been done.
Okay, and if you proceed to demolition, I did the calculation how much water we dumped on PFP to tear it down. That's another issue that
Yep.
has to be mitigated.
No, and there was now a lot of analysis done on water use in the cell during soil removal, which we had a separate contractor do. And I can't remember, it was more water per day than I thought would be, than I thought it would be when I got the final calculations and I saw it. I just don't remember what that number is. But again, I think our team is very sensitive to the use of water in demolition, and that will certainly be part of the plan that we evaluate when the contractor brings us their plan to demolish the facility, to make sure that everything stays within the evaluation and analysis boundary we already have.
Okay, thanks. And
Could I add just a little bit? Just want to
I'm
emphasize
sorry.
what Brian just said. In the conversations we've been having, obviously Annie McCartney's my project manager for that, so she's the closest to it. But even the conversations I've been part of, that concern about water usage has been, don't have an answer, but it's definitely noted and on the table and in people's mind as the planning goes forward. I also, again, I don't remember I don't know the status of the water lines, but that wouldn't be concerned about them affecting 296, but there's potential for other soil contamination, right? And so the amount of time that those lines have to stay in service has been part of the conversation. I just don't know the answer.
Thank you.
okay, so we are full circle. Rob Davis, back to you for the second question.
The mention of hiring, I have two parts here. One is we've hired a consultant in Washington, DC with our tax dollars. Is that legal?
So yes, I'm assuming so, since we were able to issue the contract. It was put out for bid, and we had this consultant company bid on it. So I think the answer is yes to that. I can't get into the details of how it's funded. I don't have that level of detail, but I can go back and take that and provide you a more direct response on the funding piece of it.
Yeah, okay. The second one I had is you have a contract, you're going to go out for NUCON research, development, and demonstration. Could you explain to me what are they demonstrating and what will we know is a success when it's done?
So NUCON is a thermal oxidation system that evaluates the effectiveness of control technology in reducing concentrations of target vapor constituents. They're putting that control technology on, I think, a single shell tank. I'm not sure what specific tank it is, but that would be part of the permit. And I think success would look like essentially concentrations of those vapor constituents. If they met the target that they were looking for, that would show success, I believe. But that would all be in the permit when it's issued for public comment.
Right. And is this to address the vapors issue?
Yes.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. At least a piece of it. It is something that came out of the vapor settlement.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You bet.
All right. So thank you all. Thanks for those updates and presentations. Fantastic. And, a round of applause for those videos. It's well done. So thanks to everyone on that. We're going to move to public comment. We had 2 people registered, if anybody else would like to. And then after that, we're going to take a break. And I want to mention that when we go on break or during lunch, if you want to pick up your name tag, have members, and move somewhere else, feel free. The people who have called in will pick the name tags up. So if you want a little more space, want to sit next to someone, go right ahead. And with that, Elizabeth McClure, and then Mia Burke. Yes, right here.
Good morning. My name's Libby McClure. I'm really grateful to be here with you today. It's my first time attending a Hanford Advisory Board meeting. So I'm an epidemiologist and I work with the Union of Concerned Scientists. I'm a Kendall Fellow, and the Kendall Fellowships are 2-year projects that are focused on a specific topic. And so the project I'm working on is documenting the health impacts of living near the Hanford facility during its heavy operations. And I just wanted to let you all know that we're working on this project, and I'm interested in talking to people who are interested in learning more and offering their perspective on it. So our aim is to incorporate feedback from impacted community members throughout the project, and we're really trying to make the work most useful to frontline communities. So I'm planning to be here for both days of the meeting, and I'll also be at the public dialogue. And I'm looking to talk to people about how to best make the work useful. We're interested in perspectives from people who live near Hanford during operations, families of workers, representatives from tribal nations, farmers and migrant farm workers, talking to students and researchers who might be interested in engaging, and anyone who wants to offer context on the history. So please come talk to me if you're interested in learning more, have perspective, or have contacts you want to connect me with. I'll make sure that the meeting facilitators also have my contact information as well. So thank you.
Great, thanks so much. And thank you for your efforts and your position at Union Scientists on the Kendall research. Yep.
Hello. Okay. My name is Mia Burke, and I'm going to read into the record excerpts from DOE Field Manager John Wagner's welcoming remarks and charge to the board that were prepared for the first Hanford Advisory Board meeting on January 24th, 1994. That's nearly 30 years ago. John Wagner managed DOE in a position similar to the one that Brian Vance fills today. These remarks are a strong statement about the independence of the board and its role vis-a-vis DOE. I'd like everyone to keep these remarks in mind this afternoon when we have a discussion about board protocols. These remarks reflect how the HAB is intended to operate. I quote, Assistant Secretary Tom Grumbly, Mary Rivland, Gerald Emerson, members of and alternates to the Hanford Advisory Board, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to welcome you here this morning. Convening the Hanford Advisory Board as my new and informal board of directors is an occasion to which I've looked forward with both enthusiasm and confidence. I use the term board of directors advisedly, but it's an appropriate term because I need and expect high quality advice from you on the major policy and strategic decisions I face. My enthusiasm stems from knowledge that we all share, knowledge that the advent of citizen advisory boards at Department of Energy sites is the hallmark of a remarkable evolution. It is evolution marked by sustained and sophisticated public interest in the way the Department of Energy conducts its affairs. Today, citizens and organizations with legitimate stakes in Hanford cleanup insist on opportunities to influence our decisions with their informed advice. That's as it should be. It is evolution marked by a new Energy Secretary's candor and sensitivity for meaningful public involvement, and her refreshing view that a centralized, overlord bureaucracy is not an acceptable way of doing the nation's energy business. In Hazel O'Leary's curriculum, participatory democracy is not an elective course, it's required, and that too is as it should be. DOE, along with our tri-party colleagues, the Washington Department of Ecology and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, will look to the board to bring unique perspectives and values to deliberations and decisions on major Hanford cleanup issues. DOE is committed to seeking your advice. We may not always be able to implement it, but when we cannot, we will report back to you in writing the reasons why. And we will try to help you modify your recommendation toward action that you can support and that we can implement. Finally, DOE cannot and will not control this board. You are independent of DOE and its Hanford regulators. That is the only arrangement the people of this region will find credible. DOE will not presume what you need to know or when you need to know it. We will not limit the scope of your work. I also have some expectations of you. One, the board is not going to be a handy one-stop shop that simply punches DOE's public involvement tickets. I've made it clear to DOE and contractor managers that the board will augment, not replace, other reliable and effective public involvement programs in place now or planned for the future. There are interests not represented on this board. We are obligated to solicit their views as well. And two, from my point of view, creation of this board has a simple driver. I need your advice. I need you to understand our mission and goals and how we propose to achieve them, and the limits on our resources. I need your thoughtful judgments about major decisions we must make and how we should go about making them. I expect the board to advise DOE on matters that involve major Hanford cleanup issues and decisions. I do want you to be my one counselor on key policy matters that affect many different interests. I look forward to a productive relationship with the Hanford Advisory Board. You have my word that I will do everything I can to make this effort a success and a value to us all. End quote.
And thank you, especially it was noted previously that next year will be the 30th anniversary within a month, and the February meeting will be an acknowledgement of 30 years of the HAB board. With that, we are actually exactly on time for our 10:45 break. Thank you again to our presenters. I hope everyone has a very good rest of the day. We will reconvene at 11 o'clock and start on the next portion of the agenda. Thanks, and we will see you shortly. All right, and who will be starting our presentation? Okay, go ahead. And if you just want to introduce yourself, say a little bit about your background, that'd be great for the people.
Sure. My name is Heather Goldie, and I'm with Hanford Mission Integration Solutions. I'm the Director of Workforce Engagement and Labor Benefits. And I have with me today Callan Tebay. Great, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity this morning to come to you and talk to you a little bit about the Hanford Workforce Engagement Center. We also refer to the Workforce Engagement Center as the HWIC. So if we use that term throughout our presentation, that's really the most known name instead of rolling out the whole full name of the center. So next slide. Actually go one more. Great. So there was a realization that current and former workers were having difficulty navigating some of the federal and state programs available to them should they have any questions related to an occupational health issue. So whether it be personally for something that they have experienced or questions that they just had on the different programs, there really was not a place that people could go and really get an all-inclusive place to answer all of their questions that they may have. So there was a solution that was generated in 2018, which was called the Hanford Workforce Engagement Center. This was a one-stop shop where current former Hanford employees or their families could go visit and get, like I said, questions answered or really get assistance with navigating the different programs that are available to them. The HWIC doors opened, like I said, in 2018, early in the year in March. And what makes this center kind of unique, so in addition to being kind of a one-stop shop, is that the facility is available to anybody that visits the center free of charge. So we have specialized workforce representatives that staff the center, which we'll tell you about in just a moment. But people can go to the center and really I would say feel comfortable. One of the areas that we really wanted is, you know, some of these individuals visiting the center have, I would say, illnesses that make it difficult for them to find and get transportation to different locations. So we really wanted to put the center in a location that was easily accessible So it's set up at 309 Bradley in Richland, and that's right across from the Riverfront Hotel. And those of you that have been in the Tri-Cities area for a while, you know that as the former Shiloh Inn. So it's right there on the bus line, which makes it easily accessible to anybody that may have transportation needs. Plus, it has a large parking lot, so it can accommodate many visitors to the center. We operate the center, we being Hanford Mission Integration Solutions, operate the center Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 4:30. This does take into account Hanford holidays, so we will mirror those, and the center will be closed during that time. But for the most part, the center is open Monday through Friday for any individuals that want to get assistance from there. The center is available for appointments. If visitors want to speak with somebody specifically, they can do that by making an appointment, or they can just walk in and we can get them sat down with somebody in the center that can help assist them, or in many cases, multiple teammates down there to assist them. Some of the other features that are available at the center is we have a public computer system. So if people don't have computers at home, they can use the facilities computer, which has internet access, as well as we have the old school fax machine. Some of the programs do still require faxes be sent in. So we have that available to them free of charge. And then also some of the entities now have online filing available. So if folks aren't sure on how to navigate the online filing process, then we can assist them with that too. One thing that also sets us apart from other, I'll say other agencies. So we're really the premier center. There is no other facility quite like this across the Department of Energy complex. However, there are agencies within town that do charge a fee for services that are similar to what we provide. But like I said, our services are free of charge. People can come as many times as they want to and not have to pay a dime for that service. One thing that we really wanted to do to set us apart from those other entities is promote something that would, I guess, plug into folks' mind of knowing, okay, they're at our center and not another center. And so you'll see in our brochures, and also if you visit the center, and then on our final slide, we really tried to use a color scheme. So we've got this lime green color going on, so people remember in their minds, oh, they went to the HWIC and they remember the green chairs. It was something that we kind of put out there as a trial run, and it really seems to have stuck with people because a lot of the other, I say, organizations that do charge a fee, they don't quite have our green chair concept. So that does help people distinguish whether they are visiting our center or maybe the other ones that they didn't intend to, because the naming conventions are a little bit similar. Next slide, please. Our foundation of the center is workers helping workers. And this is consistent in our team of workforce specialists that we have at the center. These specialists bring 57 years of program experience and 58 years of Hanford experience to the center. And I want to start by introducing some of our team that we have here with us. I'll start off by Josh Artzer, who's in the back. Many of you may know Josh. Josh is our union appointed representative from the HamTech. I also have with me Jason Sproul, who's also in the back. Jason is our union representative from Central Washington Building and Construction Trades Council. And then sitting to my right is Callan Tebay, who is not only the Hanford Site Beryllium Health Advocate, but also the non-represented position down at the HWIC. So you can see that we have all areas of the workforce covered at the center. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Callan Tebay to discuss a little bit more about the programs that we support.
Good morning. I appreciate. Okay. Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity here to speak. As Heather has introduced, I'm Callan Tebay. I'm one of the 3 HWEC representatives. I'm also the Hanford Site Beryllium Advocate. Just to touch a little bit on the 3 representatives at the HWEC, it's very important that we have the appointed physicians from Hamtech, building trades, and myself. Um, although most of my career started out as a building trade sheet metal worker, I became a Hamtech sheet metal worker, and then I went into safety and health, and now I work under Heather's organization. But the importance of that is that we have such a diverse workforce on the Hanford site, right? We have union represented workers, we have non-union workers, and you'll see in this next slide why that applies, right, and why it's important. So when you're a potential claimant, or you need some education on the programs available to you in a situation where you may have an occupational illness or disease, when you come to the HWEC, you can get information on beryllium-related disease, condition. You're going to get state workers' comp. I'll go into that a little bit here, but state workers' comp, the Hanford site is administered by a third party, which is Pincer, North America. We also have to remember that not all workers fall under the self-insured envelope of DOE. Some of the individuals that are trades or construction or subcontractors fall under a more of a traditional state workers' comp. So it's very important that we have the diverse knowledge and individuals to be able to explain to those workers where they actually fit into the state workers' comp program. We also have EEOICPA, Energy Employees Occupational Illness Program Act. We have former worker medical screening programs as well, which there is a national supplemental program, and then there's a building trades program as well. And then we have our Hanford specific programs, and when I refer to those, you're talking short-term disability, long-term disability, family medical leave, and we also have paid family medical leave through Washington State. So there's more than a handful of these programs that may apply to you in a situation where you have an illness or disease that you really need to be educated on. These programs, and I want to touch on something that we push heavily at Hanford, is the former medical screening programs, the former worker screening programs. They're very important. They're a free physical every 3 years for the rest of your life. So if you've worked at Hanford, you've had 1 day of separation, whether you're a union representative or a union representative worker or non-union worker. These programs give you a free physical every 3 years right here in town. You make a phone call, you do an interview, and the next thing you know, you're scheduled right here in town to do those examinations. I'll use one of our scenarios here at the HWEC, but we've had a carpenter come into the HWEC that thought they had significant pulmonary condition, sent them to the building trade screening program. They determined, once he got back to us, that his pulmonary condition wasn't as severe as he thought, but he had cancer. He had thyroid cancer. They caught it early in that screening and was able to treat that condition, and he's still with us today. But if he wouldn't have went and used that free physical, there's a good chance that he wouldn't be with us today. Next slide. So just to recap here on a little bit that Heather also said is the one-stop shop, right? It's the HWEC is a one-stop shop. If you go to anywhere on site and you visit your workers' comp rep, you're going to get workers' comp information. If you go to see your short-term, long-term disability rep, you're going to get that. There's nowhere you get all of the information in one place. And it's pretty important that if you're in a situation where one of these programs apply, that you get education on all of them. We're going to build you a roadmap. We're going to build you a guideline that tells you how these programs work, how they work for you, and potentially how they work in parallel each other or in conflict. Some of these programs work in parallel with no consequence. Other programs work against each other, and you may give up some benefits in those programs by not being educated. So once you choose those programs, that's what we do. We lay it out so you choose it. And once you choose it, then we help you navigate your path and make sure that you know, that we kind of help as much as we can to get you through those programs as quickly and efficiently as possible. In saying that, it's free, right? It's free to any worker, their family member. We get generations of family. Sometimes these programs, they benefit the worker, the spouse, dependents, children, and on down the line. So we get lots of times full families. As Heather had said before, it's open to current and former workers and their families. Pretty much, anything to do with occupational disease and illness, and sometimes non-occupational disease and illness as well. When we talk about short-term and long-term disability programs, including paid family medical leave. Phone numbers 509-376-4932 or 376-HWEC. So check out the website, come see us. If you just want education and you just want to come see what we do day to day, you don't have to have an occupational disease or illness to come see us. If you just want education on what we do and see what we do day to day, come on in and we'll gladly take the time to sit down with anybody and go through a routine of what somebody would experience or answer your questions. Thank you.
And I also grabbed a handful of our brochures and brought with me today. So if you're interested in grabbing one of those on your way out, we placed them on the table.
Thanks so much. And we will go for agency perspectives to Ryan and then Roberto. I'm sorry, Dave and then Roberto.
Thank you thank you for being here, but most importantly, thank you for being there. I'm a third generation Hanford worker. Spent a couple years working for the contractor before switching to EPA, and I've lived here all my life. This is as the video that Brian shared earlier. This is a great place to live, and it's a great place to work. But there are sometimes issues, and just really appreciate the fact that, again, that you're here and providing this service. Just a really quick trivia question: the picture of the front of the building. Which part of the building are you in?
We're on the first floor at 309 Bradley. It is the furthest right, entrance. Once you pull into the Bradley complex, it's kind of in the shape of an L, but we are on the far right.
And are you on the far right of the building, or are you on the?
You can see our name. I mean, just if you pick up one of our brochures, it is a picture of the front of our building, and you'll see the name Hanford Workforce Engagement Center.
Are those your windows there, or?
This is true. This is a real deal.
Okay. No, I'm familiar with the building. That's where we used to be. So that was part of my trivia question. Thank you.
I don't have a lot to add. I just wanted to thank you guys for the great the great presentation, and I'll just echo what Dave said. I think it's a great resource and a really great presentation, and just a reminder from our end, the ecology end. When it comes to like worker health and safety, that's more work under our partners at the Department of Health. So if anybody has any questions, from the state side of that kind of stuff, I'm happy to give you contacts for our partners at the Department of Health. So just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you. And we have a queue in the room: Daniel Strom, Jacob Reynolds, Rebecca Holland. And then I'll check online. I do not see any hands or chat messages yet. So, Daniel. Oh.
Let me let her go. Thank you.
Okay, Rebecca, returning to you.
Chivalry isn't dead, is it?
Oh,
Ladies
no.
first. First of all, thank you guys for your presentations. Good to see you again, Heather. And Colin, is it Colin or Callan?
Alan.
Callan. Thank you also for your presentation today. I actually learned a couple things. I've gone through the brochures and done a lot of research, but there's a couple things that you guys mentioned that I was unaware of. So those are good to know. This center is very important, for the workers and the former workers on the Hanford site, the people that are on the front lines doing this work every day. And so, it's something that I appreciate. Also, I want to say hi to Josh and Jason, my union brothers in the back of the room. Welcome, you guys. The free physical every 3 years for former workers, I was not aware of that. I also wasn't aware that you guys helped out with the workers' compensation program, which, as a worker who's had an on-the-job injury, I know how cumbersome that can be and frustrating. So that is also good to know that I will pass that information along. I did have a thought in my mind about, I am the chair for the LIDS committee, which we were going to have you guys come and give us a presentation. I was wondering, and maybe possibly Lindsay, we could work something out. If there is some interest within the committee to possibly take a tour of this facility, if that could be accommodated. So again, I want to thank you guys and stress, the importance of this facility and the great work that you guys are doing. Thank you.
All right, Dan, to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to comment also on the free physical every 3 years. I've been involved in radiation epidemiology, the district construction part of it, most of my career, and Hanford studies of Hanford workers have always shown a very vigorous, healthy worker. That is, the healthy worker effect is the effect that people who are healthy enough to work are healthier than the average of all people. So it's always been seen at Hanford. It's bigger for things like heart disease and other kinds of things than it is for cancer. But Hanford, until I don't know when, had required free annual physicals every year. They caught all kinds of stuff. I had one in 1989 when I was just visiting here, one of the Hanford physicals. And they said, hey, you've got hearing loss, which I didn't know at the time. The point is, one of the most important things you can do in public health is to give people a whole body, whole health exam once a year. It's the best preventive medicine there is. And the effect of that would be to create a healthy worker effect. Because you are catching those thyroid cancers early, or you are catching hypertension, or lots of things that get people when they get old. So whenever DOE decided they were going to stop doing annual physicals on everybody, they actually will affect the epidemiology results 20, 30, 40 years down the line. So the loss of the really aggressive health care that is Hanford Environmental Health Foundation in 1989, the loss of that will definitely impact the health of Hanford workers. And I say that as a person who was a professor of public health at Pitt for 8 years and got my doctorate in public health at Chapel Hill. So this is the healthy workers effect is a very real thing. And it is modified by how well you take care of your workers. So thank you.
So just to clarify, when you're a current worker at Hanford, you're still receiving annual physicals. That still applies, right? And that all depends on, I don't want to get too deep into the weeds here, but that depends on JTA, which is a list of the hazards and conditions of your work area. So as long as you're a current worker, those physicals still apply annually. But once you separate from the site, or if you have separated for 1 day, so if you're a current worker and you separated from the site for 1 day, you actually now can apply for the additional screenings as well, free of charge. So this is separate from your current job, responsibilities. And then once you separate from the site totally, you can continue to use this on an every 3-year basis. Now, for me personally, I've worked in building trades longer than I've been a non-represented worker. So I can use both the NSSP program and the building trades program. So I get a free physical every year and a half. I can rotate those. So there's lots of options with these programs. So we haven't given up on the annuals. We're just adding an extra layer. And if you've worked on both sides, which many people at Hanford have, we have a lot of people that start out in union and eventually go into safety and health or other parts of the programs. So you end up with a lot more opportunity that way for medical screening.
Jacob?
All right, so I am an employee representative, so your presentation, I felt was particularly aimed at me. I'm also third generation Hanford employee. Both parents and three grandparents worked at Hanford. And so I got a question. It's for myself, but there's probably 1,000 people at Hanford that it's the exact same question. And I'm just wondering if this is the place where I can come and get this answered. So I worked as an intern in 1994 in the 300 area, which is where most of the beryllium was used. I have no idea what building I worked in was called. John, if it were there, I'd go and say, oh, it's that building. I could go and see if that's a beryllium building. But I have no idea. Is that something I can come and ask you? Is that what your beryllium program does? Or is it more of someone who already has berylliosis or one of those type of diseases? Can get information.
So you're wanting your work history. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. So we also do a Privacy Act request as well at the center where you can retrieve all of your previous work history. So when you use that system, you're going to choose things like you want your medical records, you want your badging records, you want your dosimetry records, any of those types of records you can retrieve. Which is through a document. Sometimes we email them out, sometimes we hand them out in person. A lot of times we like to explain the process because the form isn't completely clear. But yes, in that scenario, we could help you kind of determine what your footprint looked like on the Hanford site, for sure.
I want to thank you for a great presentation and for the work that you're doing and just how timely this is. I don't really think we could have planned it this well, that we have Elizabeth McClure here, and it just seems like there's some possible articulation points and that there's HAB members who are employees learning new information. So this has really been timely and just fantastic. And thank you for the work that you do. Richard?
Um, I'm one of your customers. But as a beryllium affected employee, I just completed my 12th trip to Denver. And I guess my impression is probably might want to look at improving your website because links to the EEOICP is, trying to take that down over the phone was kind of tough. But I do appreciate you being there as to where I can call to figure out where to send in my forms to get paid for. Thank you.
Website updates, thank you. Sometimes it's, despite the best IT support, it's hard to know where those broken links are or pieces of information that's missing that would be so helpful to the user interface.
Yeah, and I appreciate that feedback. We try to keep, we work hand in hand with these agencies, and sometimes they update their websites and don't let us know, but we do periodically go out there and double check those. So thank you for the feedback. We'll go back and take a look at that.
Then we're going to be breaking for lunch. Starting at the orientation session in October, we are working on a new Hanford member contact list for the members themselves. So it's an internal document. We had some, if we do not yet have your contact form, when you come back from lunch, you'll see it in front of you. It's just like, would you like to share your information? If so, what's the information you want shared? So if you could just take a few minutes during the afternoon and then drop it off, it will be really helpful. We'd like to have that contact list set up, by the end of the month. So Any other comments? With that, we will break for lunch and we will see you all at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Hello, all. We are getting ready to reconvene. Our afternoon session is going to focus on board business, a protocols discussion. And we have Kelly Snyder, the designated federal officer for all of DOE or for EM? For EM on the phone, and it's going to be more of a back and forth. Do you want to introduce Kelly? And there she is. Okay, great. We've got you on screen. Hi, thanks for joining us.
Hi, Kelly. Welcome. Do you want to provide a brief introduction to yourself?
Thanks, Lindsay. My name is Kelly Snyder. As was mentioned, I am the designated federal officer for the Environmental Management Site-Specific Advisory Board, as well as the Environmental Management Advisory Board, which is senior leadership's advisory board that provides recommendations directly to senior leadership. Just a little bit of my background. I have been with the SSAB since 2001. I used to be in the field and was responsible for the Nevada board. And about 3 years ago now, I joined headquarters and I have been the DFO since then.
Okay, great. Do we want just a little overview of where things are? We have an option for agency perspective, so I'll turn it over to DOE.
Sure. So I know there has been a lot of questions regarding the member and alternate guidance. And so I took the opportunity for this board meeting to bring Kelly in to answer some of those questions for you. Now, before we go into those questions, Ryan and Roberto, I think someone from your agency would like to provide perspective.
Stephanie, are you online yet?
I am here.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and share our comments, or do we want to wait for DOE?
I can go ahead and provide our comments if now is the time to do that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So on the topic of alternates, the advisory board alternates are unique to Hanford, stemming from the negotiation between the three parties who signed the tri-party agreement and built the framework that guide many Hanford cleanup activities, including the Hanford Advisory Board. In 2011, there was a question regarding the alternates and how they fit into the EM SSAB. At the time, the tri-parties agreed, and US DOE completed the documentation that acknowledges alternates as part of the Hanford Advisory Board. We understand and agree we need to be conscious of and not have a single entity in multiple leadership positions. Through further discussion and consultation with the HAB, we need to find a way to address that concern. In our opinion, alternates have a crucial role in attending and being up to speed so they can seamlessly step in to cover for primary members or replace them should they leave the board. They also have a role in going back to the entities they represent to report out activities and relay back priorities of those that they represent. Bottom line for us at Ecology, the Hanford Advisory Board is a tri-party board. Tri-parties have agreed to have it operate under the EM SSAB umbrella for functional purposes, and that EM SSAB charter is written in a manner that has historically allowed us to operate with a slightly different structure than other advisory boards across the complex. We believe prior to implementation of any structural or operational change to the HAB, it should be done with the consensus of the tri-parties, and in addition, in consultation with the HAB membership. Ryan, anything you would add to what I shared?
Only thing I'd add is that we continue to talk with DOE about our concerns beyond this conversation. We've been talking with them and we plan to continue to do so.
All right. Also, the one thing that was raised, the alternate question that I have heard there might be some immediate concerns about, is that right now there are some alternates who are leading committees at this point in time. And Lindsay, you have some clarity on that.
Correct. So the way it stands right now is that alternates we do have alternates leading committees, and I believe the next round of, I guess, committee or subcommittee elections for their chairs and vice chairs is in the spring timeframe. So I think that we need to allow for flexibility to allow those leaders to continue to lead until the next election in that spring 2024 timeframe.
All right, and Roberto, any perspectives that you would like to share? Any thoughts?
I'm going to defer to Dave Enan. Dave?
Yeah, I will kind of echo what Stephanie said. I don't know, like, to be honest, that there's a whole lot I have to add to that. I think the alternates question that Lindsay just addressed makes sense. And you know, it is important that we have a robust board and that we have alternates. Just want to really truly reiterate that. But we do have to, things I've said before. One, it's important that we get diverse voices, and so having one organization with the appearance, reality or not, of over-representation, that's not appropriate either. So we got to strike that balance and do the right thing. Thanks.
Thanks for those comments. I will say that from a collaborative planning perspective, there are different advisory boards, commissions, entities, groups, and different groups have different structures. So federal programs are usually where I see the most structure, and community advisory groups is typically where I see least structure, and usually in the middle are different state or organizational processes. And consistent with everything except for the most informal groups is the principle of one voice or one vote for each organization. So that is something I just want to share. I know there are a lot of people who have work in numerous committees, but that's something that is pretty standard across the board.
Okay, before we get started into questions for Kelly, do you have anything that you would like to share?
Could I just ask a couple clarifying questions, because you guys are saying some things I just want to make sure I understand, if that's okay.
Yes, we will.
So, well, the term overrepresentation, I don't know what that means. And then, Lindsay, you said about alternates leading committees can continue through the spring. That begs the question, what happens after that?
So I think that will be answered as we continue with the conversation. So if you can just hang tight to those questions. Dave, do you have any response for your portion regarding the overrepresentation?
Just again, the concern that has been stated of, we've got that you've had an organization that's got a primary doing one on one, leading one committee and an alternate leading another committee and that sort of thing. So I've heard folks say that doesn't seem fair. So I was using not maybe it was not the best term to use, but excessively, too many positions in leadership like that.
And I think that this is Judy. So especially in a HAB meeting, so this is an interest-based collaborative group, and the structure is set up that there are different interests sitting on the board, and it's the idea of one voice, one vote per interest. And if it were to be open that alternates, if you have a meeting where maybe 5 of one group is out and just not represented, then there's 2 representatives for a different 5 groups. That balance of the interests starts to shift, in a HAB meeting. Now, in the committee groups, alternates are able to have their voice represented as members of the public. So you could have a member there. There's nothing to bar participation, but I think that question of representation has the potential to bear on a formal HAB meeting. I don't know if that helps.
I think you're still speaking in code in a way. If maybe you could be specific who at this table or which groups at this table are overrepresented.
It's not a question of who or what, it's that there are alternates available for all groups. And it is a matter of who attends at different meetings.
So Judy, I'm going to let Kelly step in here, but before Kelly steps in to provide an overview, what I wanted to address was the document that is sitting at your seat, which is the HAB alternate appointment letter language. Now, as Stephanie shared, alternates were not formally appointed to the Hanford Advisory Board until 2011. And so what you see is that the verbiage that was included in appointment letters isn't necessarily different now than it was back in 2011. Kelly, do you want to weigh in here?
Absolutely. Thank you. And I did want to tag on to one thing that Lindsay just said. It was also mentioned that all positions have alternates, and that's not true either. Only some of our positions have alternates. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. I first wanted to acknowledge what the other tri-party agreement organizations stated. I agree with you completely. Everything you said, Stephanie, I agree with you completely. The department agrees with you. We want to make sure that we are following our procedures and that we're following what is already in place. And when there are big changes, we definitely need to discuss those, because you're right, this board does operate through the MOU. And so absolutely, I agree with you. And that kind of goes into what Lindsay just pointed out to you, the piece of paper that that we sent out. And I'm sorry that this wasn't sent to you earlier. This is something that I actually put together this morning thinking it might be helpful. I had not thought about actually putting everything into one kind of notes document until this morning. And then I realized that that would be helpful for everybody. So please excuse the delay in getting that to you. So as was previously stated, we've had alternates on the HAB for decades, but it was not until 2011 that alternates became officially appointed to the board. And just to give everybody a background on that, I know some people are aware of it and some are not. But prior to that, alternates were participating, but there was really no structure for them. There was no formal appointment. They were participating in a variety of ways, but it wasn't consistent. And so in 2011, the DFO at the time, the designated federal officer at the time, came to Hanford and observed a meeting and realized that that might be something that would help the board, is to formally appoint alternates. That way they would have an official appointment, they would have the structure of FACA to follow, and they would have, you know, a formal term that they were fulfilling, rather than, you know, just kind of working without a real plan to follow. So the first appointment letter of alternates came out in 2011. And in that letter, it says that alternates are to participate when the primary cannot attend the meeting. So in the beginning of the handout I gave you is just kind of a synopsis of what the letter said, but I did actually pull the paragraph from that appointment letter so that everybody could see the actual language that was in all of these appointment letters that I'm going to mention. And so going into 2012, the alternate appointment letters there said the same thing, is that when the primary was absent, the alternate would then participate. And then between 2013 and 2021, the letter stayed relatively the same. And what it says here is that the interest of the organizations that are represented by the primary or alternate for the purpose of voting in board activities. So that or is what's really important, is we're not saying that both the primary and the alternate are participating and voting in board activities. It's or, so the primary or the alternate. So that was in the appointment letters for 8 years. And then in 2022, this is when I came on and I had a hand in the appointment letters. And around this time, I was also getting feedback from HAB members who have reached out either through the field office or directly to headquarters with some concerns regarding alternates and how they were participating. And often the people that were concerned and raising these concerns felt like some entities had double and triple voices rather than a single person or a single voice that was representing their interest or organization that they were appointed to. And so this is when I came on board and I'm trying to, understand exactly how the HAP operates. And I'm pulling all of this information, seeing that since 20, what would that be, 12 years, since 2011, the alternates have always supposed to be truly an alternate. When the primary is not available, the alternate then can fall into the primary role and has all of the privileges that a primary member does. So is able to vote, we pay for their travel, and they sit at the main table and have a voice in the discussion. And so because there was a disconnect in the fact that the letters had said this for 12 years at that point, and it wasn't actually operating the way that the department was appointing these members, because these do go through legal and ethical reviews before they're sent out. And so I have to get approval from those different organizations before I can send these letters out. And so to ensure that the board is doing what it is chartered to do in the fashion and the structure that the department has had from 2011, I thought it was best to update the language so it was clearer. Because the way I read it from 2013 through 2021, it says or, but clearly that or was not self-explanatory. And so that's what I was hoping to do, is try to explain that or in 2022 letters. So in the 2022 letters, it says when the primary is not able to attend, then the alternate would represent the interest in their stead. So I thought that was more direct, and that actually pulls from the language that was in a previous letter in 2012. So I tried to pull that language in that had previously been in it because it was more concrete than the use of just the word or. And then I did get feedback that people were concerned, that you are silencing alternates. And that is not our plan. That was not ever what we wanted to do with this. What we wanted to do was to operate it so it's fairly and it's consistent with the documentation that we all have to follow. And so that's why in 2023 letters, you'll see that I added the information that DOE is encouraging alternates to attend and participate as members of the public when the primary is there. And when the primary is not there, then they can act as a member. And so it's exactly what Stephanie was saying, in that it's important for alternates to attend, even when they're not sitting at the seat. So they're aware of what's going on, so that they are prepared to have discussions and vote if the primary person is not there. And also so they can go back to their organizations and interests and let them know what's happening on the board. And so at least what I'm hearing is there is a lot of consistency of what we're all wanting to do here. We want to make sure that the organizations and the interests that are listed in the MOU have a voice in the process with the HAB and with the environmental management activities, as well as anybody who's interested in this work. They can come and be members of the public and participate during public comment periods and be on subcommittees. And so that's really the first thing I want to lay out there, is our intention is not to silence anyone. It is just to follow the structure that has been in place for years. And I understand that it's not always been followed in terms of execution. I do understand that. But that doesn't mean that we can't just continue to let it go, especially when we're getting feedback that it's not working for all of the members.
Looking around the table, we're going to have members. And Chuck Torelli, I know you had a question. Then we're going to Tom, Cecilia online, and Mia. Yeah. So let's just start there. Chuck?
Thank you. So I represent the city of Kennewick as an elected. A lot of folks here are agency type folks. This is your job. This is your day-to-day job. This is 8 hours out of my day where I'm not doing a ribbon cutting, I'm not going to retirement, I'm not doing some other committee that I'm assigned to. So for me, an alternate is essential. I am not going to be able to be a full-time participant to the same level as an individual who gets paid to be here day in and day out. And I don't want to sound like I'm a victim here. I'm not. I volunteered to do this and all that other happy stuff. I would say that each entity, and I really like the way you phrased it, each entity has a voice at the table. The body behind that entity is irrelevant. I would also like to see the alternates being able to be chairpersons of subcommittees, because I will never be a chairperson of a subcommittee because I will not do a good job at it. And I know that already. All electeds are in the same position. Mr. Blum from West Richland, he can have 6 things come up tomorrow that screw up him attending here tomorrow. So there has to be some accommodation. And I think you've hit a lot of the accommodation. And probably the only question I have left would be, can an alternate be a chairperson of a subcommittee as long as it's only one voice at the board or at the subcommittee? I can't be there as, hey, I want a table at the subcommittee and my alternate has a seat at the table also. So that would be the only question I would really have. Thank you.
Apologies that we have this online now. Kelly?
So in response to his question, if you look at page 13 of the policies desk reference that we all have to abide by, it says, at the discretion of the local site management, members of the public may participate in subcommittee meetings in accordance with EMSSAB charter, but cannot hold leadership roles. And so unfortunately, we do have that stated in our procedures that alternates cannot and members of the public cannot hold leadership roles.
Okay, Tom Cecilia.
Hi, I appreciate the discussion. I think the HAB used to, before the pandemic, before we went hybrid all the time, we used to have multiple members of representing one interest attend the meeting, but only one person would physically be at the table and able to be recognized as that interest's position holder at the time. It's a little blurrier now that we have online attendance, so it's almost like we need someone holding a card that says, I'm at the table. The subcommittee part is interesting. In the operating ground rules, it says that the subcommittees shall choose their leadership without specifying that the leader has to be a member of the board in the first place. Second, if an alternate is on a committee and the primary is not, then they're not a member of the public, they're on the committee. So that is a little bit fuzzy as well. So I think there's 3 of us who are alternates who are either chairs or vice chairs of subcommittees. I'm not aware of any seats that have both the primary and an alternate from the same seat. And correct me if I'm wrong there. But I think a lot of this could be solved by going back to having one person from an interest be at the table at a time and not try to make alternate second-class citizens.
So I can respond to one of the things that you said to help clarify. You had mentioned about subcommittees being responsible for determining their leadership. And I think you said it was in your operating procedures, if I'm not mistaken. So this might help a little bit understand kind of how the documents fall. So we have the Federal Advisory Committee Act, which is the highest document that the board operates. So everything underneath that document has to be in accord with FACA. And so that's how is the top. And then we make our way down and we have a DOE manual that we have to follow. We also have our charter. Then we have our policy desk reference material. And we have at the bottom is the local operating procedures. So because the DOE policy desk reference in the totem pole is higher than the operating procedures, that has to take precedent. And so, yes, the subcommittee can elect their leaders, but it needs to also remember that they can, members of the public cannot hold leadership roles. So hopefully that helps understand kind of how they fall. And the policy desk reference was updated in, let's see, it would be September 2022. And so one of the things that I had asked for all of our advisory boards is to spend time making sure your local operating procedures and bylaws were in step with the policy desk reference. And I understand that that takes time to do because, you know, most people are volunteers on this board. Some, as you guys have mentioned, do work for organizations that pay for them to participate. But for the gist of the majority of the members, they are volunteers. And so we understand this takes time to provide comments and make sure your operating procedures are in conjunction with all of the other documents, which I'll just mention briefly here. You guys had updated your operating procedures in the springtime and sent them to headquarters for review. Because the HAB has a different structure than all of the other site-specific advisory boards, it has taken us longer to go through your operating procedures. And just to give you an idea, I am the first person at headquarters that looks at them. I had a lot of questions. I had a lot of suggestions. I had to educate myself on the history of the board more than I had already had. And so I take full responsibility that I kept those for way too long. And I did have a 3-week break there where I was not working. I was actually on leave. And so I do want to give you just a quick update. Your operating procedures right now are with general counsel, and they have been there for a little bit. As you can understand, they look at a lot of different things. And so they still are in the works of being reviewed, but they are definitely making it through the system. So I know that was a little sidetrack, but I wanted to make sure because you did mention them.
No, I definitely appreciate the update. Just as a follow-up, because this part wasn't addressed, if the primary is not on a subcommittee, but an alternate is, which is the way we tend to operate, because we don't want to duplicate efforts. That's not why we have alternates, right? The alternate, then the primary is not available. So the alternate is a member of the board and therefore.
Right. So if a primary is a member of a subcommittee, then they have full member rights on that subcommittee. They can hold a leadership position, you know, if they're, you know, for like travel dollars that they would get reimbursed for their travel if it met the travel requirements. And then that alternate member, if they wanted to also participate on that same subcommittee, as the primary of their organization is also on, then that alternate could still participate, but they are there then representing themselves. They are a member of the public at that point. They are not sitting in as a member, but they are still welcome to be there. They are still encouraged to talk and express their views. We just have to remember when they are expressing their views, they're not speaking on behalf of an organization or an interest. They are there then as just a community member. But I also want to clarify, say their primary is not unable to attend one of the subcommittee meetings, and now they need their alternate to attend. That alternate sits in their seat, and now they're representing that organization. And so that's the only part where it gets a little wonky because you got to look to see what hat they're wearing. Are they wearing a member of the public hat where they're just speaking as a citizen of the community, or are they representing an organization? But we want to make sure that no matter what hat that they're wearing, they're still able to voice their concerns.
Yeah,
We're not trying to stop that.
I definitely appreciate that. There's a little bit of nuance here because what I'm saying is if the primary member is not on a committee, and an alternate is on a committee, that is, the hat is well known. Then sort of the follow-up there is if a primary gets elected as a chair of a committee, then and then the alternates there in the primary state, are they the chair of the committee?
Yes, yes, they are. If they are there on behalf of the primary and the primary is not present, then the alternate is stepping into the primary's role. And at that point, that primary was elected as the chair of a subcommittee. So they cannot hold the role permanently, but they can fill in when the primary is unavailable.
So this is Judy, and I'm going to just hold this space and I'm going to recap it as best I can. one of the questions, and I think Chuck started this question, is if it's an interest-based process and it's one voice, one vote per organization, if each organization, so right now it says that each member is, you know, selects 2 committees and can serve on the co. And if it is the wish of that organization to have an alternate on the committee instead, I think that is the question here. We're not going to answer it right now. But the question is, if it's one voice, one vote for organization, there might be some interest on the organization to be able to say, here's who we want to represent us on the committee. So Chuck is nodding his head yes. I'm just trying to clarify. We're not going to answer that question. I'm going to go through the queue that I wrote down. I'm not sure I have it exactly in perfect sequence, but it will be Mia, Amber, Rob Davis, Michelle Holt, Chris Sutton, Rose Ferry, Richard Bloom, Brian Marino, Jessica Black, Jeff Wyatt, and Pam. So let's go through this sequence and we'll take others onto that. So Mia, you're next.
I'd like to understand if this language has been in the alternate letters since 2011, while it's clearly not as explicit as the language that is in the current alternate letters, why was it never put in any of the operating documents that that we operate under? There has been plenty of time, and I find it to be kind of inappropriate to put it into a letter that only certain members of the board receive. And it's not clearly, I mean, me as a primary, I wasn't aware of this language. And so it seems sneaky. And we're all members at the end of the day. Primaries and alternates, we all go through the same process, and members of the public don't go through that process. I mean, we all know how many months it took to get our packets through, and that's not the same as being a member of the public. And I don't agree with this.
So I would like to respond about you saying that not everybody was aware with what's in the letters. And I think that's a very valid point. And I'd like to make the suggestion that that be included in future orientations, so that member going through orientation and learning how and what a member does, they should have a clear idea what the differences are between a primary and alternate. So I think that we can fix that unawareness, because you're right. We need to make sure everybody understands the positions and the different responsibilities and privileges that people have. And regarding your operating procedures, why nothing is in there, I can't answer that. Right now I'm getting the first shot at ever looking at your operating procedures from an approval standpoint. So I can't tell you what's been done in the past. I don't know if somebody in the room has something that they can offer, but I really can't answer as to why things have or have not gone in there in the past.
And Kelly, I can step in here just for a second regarding the operating ground rules and what is incorporated into what was approved back in 2008. And if you take a look, and you guys can reference this online, it says right here, each member may designate, and this is under, I'm sorry, board members and alternates. Each member may designate a primary alternate who may attend board meetings or meetings of subunits of the board in the event the member cannot attend. So there is reference to that in the operating ground rules as they are currently approved.
I'd like to respond to that because there's another section in the operating ground rules that reads, it is the expectation of board members and or their alternates that their fellow members and or alternates will attend and participate actively in meetings, read and come to meetings prepared to comment on documents, and be available for work between formal meetings, and it continues on. But it says and or, primary and or alternates. So those statements are contradictory.
I
I think
hear
that's
you.
also a good point. I mean, that's why we've asked the operating procedures be updated because, like I mentioned before, the operating procedures have to be in accordance with the appointment letters, the DOE manual, FACA, and all of the other hierarchical documents. So I think what you're pointing out is very valid. That needs to make sure it is consistent with all of the higher reaching documents.
Mia, anything further to add? I'm going to turn to Amber.
I'm also just curious, are alternates able to speak at this point in the meeting? Are
Right
we
now,
opening it up?
I am turning to the members. Once all the members have spoken, I will ask if there are any new points that the alternates want to raise. So
Because I also take an
Yes.
issue with this meeting. You know, this is the first time we're talking about this.
Yes.
And we can't even have an open discussion. We come into the room and the changes are already implemented. That's
So
not okay.
we will. I'm going to the HAB members first. As we know, Tom is an alternate, but he's filling in for Maxwell today, and I will go back. Absolutely. All right. So Amber.
Okay, did I get it on? All right. Well, I think Mia, thank you. You share a lot of the same concerns that we do at Heart of America Northwest about inconsistency and it sounds like we do need to make sure our operating procedures, we are all aware of them and we're doing that consistently. But that's the understanding, the and/or that we've been operating under. And you know, this board did not support the term limit enforcement after many years of allowing people to serve more than 2 terms or whatever the with some exceptions. One of the reasons given by the Department of Energy was, well, we want more new, diverse voices to be involved in the conversation of the HAB. So to your point, Mia, the having both alternates and primary members, they're all members. We all go through the same process. So we are all members of the HAB. We have primary and alternates. In the end, I don't understand the comment about the overrepresentation. In the end, only every seat gets 1 vote. So there's no way to, you know, and we do work by consensus. I mean, that's the goal, right? A consensus based, we aim for consensus here. But we're very concerned that if the goal of the HAB is to engage in, you know, employee, former employee, environmental, public interest, tribal, local government, we need to be, we don't have enough active people on some of the committees. We need to make sure we have full voices heard. And I don't think, in my perspective, I haven't seen overrepresentation on any of the committees. If anything, I'd like to see more people, you know, I would like to participate more. As the council member from Richland stated, my other job is I'm a Spokane County Commissioner. So I have to step out and vote at 2 p.m. on my weekly legislative agenda. But I'm doing this as a volunteer. So I'm going to have to step out and alternates should be able to step in. So I think we really need to be, I guess my final point is the operating procedures, getting back to the operating procedures. Will the HAB have an opportunity to give input into the operating procedures?
1:30
Because
ran
it seems like, oh,
Sorry, I'm losing stuff on over. And look at this.
sorry, I think somebody's not muted.
Yeah.
Okay. So those are just our points. I'm still not understanding how this will be implemented. And it sounds like we need to be clear and clarify the procedures. But I would like to I think we would like to err on the side of, you know, more participation and more voices heard in the process. And then ultimately, it always goes down to 1 vote to each seat.
is it all right if we move to Chris right here? Go ahead, Chris.
I'd just like to say a few words about our operating procedures. There was a committee that spent a good part of 6 or 8 months comprised of ecology, EPA, DOE, and a number of members from the HAB. We spent that 6 or 8 months going through our operating procedures, comparing them to the EMSSAB charter, to the EMSSAB Green Book, whatever it's called, to our memorandum of understanding with the tri-party agencies. And we spent a lot of time trying to eliminate any inconsistencies in there. And consensually, EPA, ecology, DOE, and members of the HAB, the version that we sent to headquarters, we believed had no inconsistencies in there among all those documents. But we tried to do exactly what you said, is make it as consistent as we could with all the requirements that were incumbent upon us.
All right, so I'm going to go to Michelle, and then Chris, you had a comment other than that. All right, so we're going to just work through this.
I would like to clarify, again, I think in some respects we're getting to some semantics, but the notion of alternates not being able to have a leadership role. And I think that where a lot of us have concern is that if we limit the ability of the alternates to represent the entity on a committee, and again, to be clear, not a committee where the primary is already participating, but the alternate is participating in place of the primary on a committee. There are multiple committees. We cannot all participate in all of them. Some of them have very specific issue focuses where perhaps the alternate is a better representative of the organization in that discussion rather than the primary. And I think we see that with a lot of our entities. In that scenario where the primary is not participating in the committee, the alternate is participating in the committee, thus as acting as the primary in that case, they should in fact be allowed to have a leadership role in that case, because in that entity, in that subcommittee, they are serving in the place of the primary if the primary is not participating in that committee. And I think that's part of what we're talking about as individual members here, versus an alternate holding a leadership role. And so I think there's some clarification there. But at the end of the day, for me, representing my organization and a voice in the community, when you look at the work that's happening at the committee level, it is broad discussion. It is formulating ideas. It's coming to consensus at the committee level, but ultimately nothing happens until it comes back to the board anyway, where you have that reassurance of one voice representing that entity in the determination of consensus on an action. So for me, there is some subtlety that's important in what happens at a committee level versus what happens at the board level. But I at least what I'm hearing from the fellow board members is that we do recognize that it would be perhaps inappropriate for the primary and the alternate to both be speaking on behalf of their entity in a board meeting or in a committee meeting. It's the importance to have that separation, but those alternates need to be afforded the ability to serve to the full extent when the primary is not participating, especially in that committee level.
Thank you. And we'll recap that at the end, but I think Elizabeth is, I think we're hearing all of that, and we'll recap at the end. So Chris, Kelly, do you want to reply to that, or?
No, and I'm just taking notes of what's being said. If you guys see me looking down, that's why.
All right. So Chris, go ahead.
I talked a few minutes ago about an operations group that spent a lot of time revising our ground rules and our operating rules. We started out by by saying, what are major issues that have faces, has faced, will face going forward? And one of them was participation, especially during the COVID where we had hybrid meetings. I think there was a notable lack of participation relative to before COVID. And that has carried on until maybe recently. So when we talk about some of the things that you said, Kelly, to us, it's furthering limiting participation. For example, at least in the 3 years that I've been on the HAB, alternates have always been allowed to speak up and voice their opinions in general HAB discussion. They haven't been treated as members of the public. We've had a problem with people wanting to be leaders of committees. So by default, alternates have wound up being leaders of committee. Otherwise, you don't have a committee. We have vice chairs of committees, and typically when the primary or when the committee chair has not been present, the vice chair has stepped up, not the alternate who may be the alternate to the primary who's the leader. Also, we have a number of teams that we call issue management teams. These are teams to look into, well, a number of things. Is there a topic that's worthy of advice, formulating advice? The IM team will formulate the advice, send it up for consensual approval, first to the committee and then to the HAB. Maybe just investigate certain topics that may be of interest to the HAB. Alternates have in many times been the team leader to these IM teams, not the primaries. But the fundamental issue is participation and getting the widest amount of participation that we can, because that's been the issue that we faced. And I think if you take a hard line on that, what's going to happen is participation is going to drift off again. That means lack of ideas and lack of good advice going forward.
Okay, I am tracking this. I'd like to turn to Amber and then Rob Davis. Oh, Amber, sorry, Rob Davis. Lots of names, sorry.
Thank you. Kelly, you must be swamped. I feel for you. I'm a long-term member of the board. I've had this seat for almost 20 years. And I represent the city of Pasco. And I am retired. I take no pay. This is all volunteer for 20 years, all volunteer. So, so first thing I want to say is that I think Tom's kind of right a little bit. We lost our discipline here in the board. For many years, it was very much a real rule we had to stick by, that only members at the table. And if the member's not there, then the alternate could be there. And we all abided by that. And we all took our turns. The thing that I want to stress is we only vote on a few things. We don't vote on a lot of stuff. So all this tied up with voting is kind of ridiculous. I think what's important is the message that the alternate's going to give. If the alternate taps me on the shoulder and I back off and I sit behind and the alternate comes here and gives a message, that's the important thing, is the message. How many times did Dr. Karenko do that same thing when he was an alternate? He'd come up and he'd tap somebody on the shoulder, or who his lead or his primary was, and he'd sit at the table and he'd tell us some wonderful things, what they used to do in Colorado or with the beryllium or many other things. So I just want to say that it's the message that's important that the alternate gives, not so much, like I said, we only vote on a few things. The next thing is, I really think that this is going to be a problem when we have our voting for our committees 6 months away from when people are approved. And so when somebody gets voted into a committee job and he's on his last 9 months of his appointment, and yet he's still working on, or he or she, or we're working on a consensus process. You're going to ruin that. So you either got to align it or pass some kind of extension rule. If I don't know what to do there.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's a real problem looking forward. I think a lot of it is these term limit issues, because gee whiz, there's several pieces of advice that it took 2 years to come up with. Our value statements in 2010 and our flow charts and things, it took a long time for us to get those. And if we're going to be interrupting with different people all the time, the continuity goes away. And so those are my 3 cents, 4 cents worth.
Okay.
But again, the message is what's important.
I would like to go around so we hear everybody's voice. So we're going to go to Rose, Richard, Brian, Jessica. Go ahead, Rose.
Thank you. I've been making some notes here as I've been listening to folks. First of all, I want to share with people that I represent Yakima Nation. I'm not a part of the public. If we want to have a discussion, DOE can come and have a discussion with Yakima Nation on whether or not Yakima Nation should be considered part of the public. There's a reason Yakima Nation has a seat at this table. Again, that's open for discussion with Department of Energy. My application is approved by Yakima Nation Tribal Council Chair before you guys ever see it. He has to approve me to sit at this seat. He has to approve Lorraine to be at this table as well. So we are at this table. She is the primary, I am the alternate, but we come here bringing different areas of expertise. There's a reason why, I've worked in this site for quite a while, and I've managed to escape being a part of this board for a number of years. But I was basically kind of said, well, it's your time, you're going to do it. But there's a reason for that. It's because I bring a certain area of expertise to this table. And my area of expertise and the institutional knowledge that I have based on the years that I've worked out at the Hanford, with the Hanford area is different from Lorraine's. So when we have sat at this table together and we have both spoke at a meeting, our voices are representing Yakima Nation tribal membership. As tribal council, or I should say as tribal chairperson, um, uh, put us into due. So I am not, I don't consider, and we don't consider ourselves a single seat at a table. Our single seat is Yakima Nation. Yakima Nation has a seat at this table. It happens to be represented by a couple of people who have different areas of expertise. And to lose that voice, to either one of those voices. I am going to tell you the reason that Lorraine is not here today is because of this discussion, because we sat and talked about who would be best to, speak to this, because from all the emails that we were getting and whatnot, only one person was going to be allowed to speak today. And so that concerned us a great deal. And sure enough, when I walk in the room, it's the first time I've walked in the room where the nameplates were already put on the table, which I thought was unusual because I hadn't seen that before either. And I had to replace Lorraine's with mine. But that is the reason that she's not even here today, is because of the emails that were coming out saying, now keep in mind, only one person is going to be able to speak. So I have to say that I really agree with Robert. What are we missing? It's the message. What's the intent of this board? And it's advice. It's to hear ideas and an exchange of ideas. And yeah, we have some robust discussions. That happens. Oh, okay. But to eliminate people who have gone through the exact same process as we've all been talking about, and to not want to hear their voices. I think is a huge mistake. And I will tell you this, I mean, I'm not going to sit over there and have to wait to be a member of the public to be able to speak at this table when my tribal council chairperson put in for me to be able to speak at this table. So we've got something bigger going on here, and maybe Yakima Nation needs to have a conversation with DOE about it. That's possible, but I think we need to get back to the intent of what this board is about and recognize that it is the exchange of ideas and the opportunity to hear multiple voices. That's the important thing. Again, Yakima Nation only has one vote. That's all we'll ever want to put in is one vote. So that is a non-issue. Anyway, I just wanted to share that with you. And again, perhaps there's an additional conversation that Yakima Nation may need to have on a government level with DOE on this topic. I don't know. We'll let you guys decide that.
So for the items, I want to just flag two things that Kelly, I am hearing, and I suspect you are too. One is the difference in subject matter expertise between a member and an alternate, and hearing those areas of expertise, those perspectives. And two is the issue of leadership in committee. So those are the two things I'm hearing. In the queue, we have Richard, Brian, Jessica, Jeff, and Pam.
And before we get started, I just wanted to say, Rose, thank you for your comment.
All right, so Richard.
Just to clarify, I came on this board in 2010, I think. And the primary, as an alternate, and the primary member was Jerry Peltier. And Jerry was the former mayor of West Richland, and he was active since day one of the board. And he had his thought of being on the Budget and Finance Committee, and that was his thing. I went for the Environmental Safety Health Committee because that's my thing. If I wasn't vice chair of Environmental Safety and Health, there wouldn't be a vice chair. The question comes down to, but Jerry was never going to attend. The only time I see the wording that's in your manual says a member of the public can't be a leadership position. But if I'm attending Lid's committee, I'm not a member of the public. I am representing West Richland. That's the key. So as long as two members, the primary and the secondary, can't be active in a subcommittee, the only time we would have a potential issue of conflict of interest is at the exec board meeting, where you could have potentially, Jerry was chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee. Now, today I'm alternate, but John Smart called in this morning, but he works and he can't attend the meeting full time. He's got meetings this afternoon. And I'm in conversation with him, asking whether he wanted to make any comments, and he's not online now. But the key comes down to is alternates are an important aspect of what to make the board work if you're going to have subcommittees. And to preclude them from being leadership, the question goes down to is maybe we would preclude an entity to have leadership roles in more than one subcommittee. That would be my suggestion to avoid the exec meeting.
Thank you, and I'm going to just check in. We're scheduled for a break at 2. I'm just going to push that, but what I have right now is Brian, Jessica, Jeff, and Pam, and then Mr. Bowen, thanks for joining. If you would like to weigh in after that, we would be delighted for your comments. Oh, and Kelly, did you want to weigh in at this point?
Yes, I had a question to make sure I understand. There has been a lot of discussion about leadership of subcommittees. In my experience with the site-specific advisory board subcommittees is usually a subcommittee chair or vice chair is there to guide the subcommittee. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have, you know, any higher authority or a stronger voice. It's just a, you know, almost like a logistics person where they, you know, get the subcommittee meeting put together. They make sure that everybody has a voice and that they keep the subcommittee structured and making progress. And I wanted to find out before I make that assumption that this is how the HABs subcommittee work is, am I off base or do your subcommittees, is that what a subcommittee leader does?
So I guess I can jump in real quick because the HAB subcommittees or committees, as we call them, chairs and vice chairs, are integral in collaboratively developing the agenda for upcoming meetings with input from the committee or subcommittee. It's confusing when we're uh, trying to get to EM's norm here. So it is sort of a co-facilitation role, but it's also communicating and interpreting what the agenda for the next meeting is going to look like and conveying the framing questions that the committee has come up with to Lindsay so SMEs can be prepared.
So Kelly, this is Judy, and in looking at how the committee meetings are run, it is more than a logistics. There is a close connection to content and those framing questions and organizing the material itself. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go to Brian, Jessica, Jeff, and Pam.
Thank you. Just imagining if I were somebody that's been disconnected from the history and everything that's been there and walking in as a new person, I'm really hearing three distinct issues. And the first is sort of an overt threat of influence, which seems to just not be an issue. I think Amber said it best. The degrees of freedom in voting does not change. Participation is not equivalent to voting or decision-making authority. So in terms of governance first principles, it's no different having alternates, you know, sort of shape conversations, provide information than if one interest group were to bring 100 members of the public into a meeting, that because you still have the same number of votes. That's just not an issue in terms of overt influence. The second is there doesn't seem to be clarity around what's possible in terms of the act, the rules, the norms. It'd be really helpful to have resources appropriated, either that's legal counsel, but just understanding what is even possible from a compliance standpoint, because from there, then we could have probably a really healthy conversation around facilitation. What does it look like to pull the brilliance out of all the people that are willing to show up, put that on the table, and then make healthy decisions with that? Facilitation norms after knowing what's possible feels like the next logical step from this conversation. I don't, otherwise it just, I don't see any of the need for the conflict.
Okay, thank you. And then Jessica, Jeff, Pam, and over to Mr. Bowen, and Kelly will turn to you at the end.
Hi. One thing that hasn't been addressed particularly well is online. Again, there's a number of us. This is a pretty big drive to get here, and I think a lot of people welcomed the Zoom option, or you know, which is great because you can still participate, and that includes primary and alternates as well. So have the regular participation, but I mean, do you want to send us to a breakout room? I mean, what's the procedure here for the online folks? So, do you know what I mean? There's some fine details here that are a little bit, my alternate, for example, would like to speak as well, but with the new rules that were implemented before discussion today, she has to wait. The other issue is if you look at the list of alternates, almost half of them are people of color or representing tribes. So in terms of the unfairness that has been brought up and the overrepresentation that's been brought up from a group of people that's already profoundly underrepresented on this board looking around, I have some serious concerns about exactly what is meant by overrepresentation. I really see this as a limitation of people of color and their voices, and including, it just, for me, feels it really doesn't feel all that great as a person of color on this board. Two, with the term limits, now when I first started, I'm only my first year, I just finished my first year here. So I'm fairly new. I am grateful for the support of my alternate because she has a lot more experience and knowledge than I do. And so she's able to really, I really am happy to cede some of the comments, again, because of different areas of expertise, to her on certain issues. And I'm happy to take a step back. How am I supposed to do that online if we're doing it online? Or do you want, are we constantly running back and forth here? I guess in the end, there is only one vote. Nobody's violated that, nor does anybody, I think, want to. But getting the breadth of experiences and perspectives, I think, is invaluable if those perspectives are things that people that have, again, gone through all the approval processes should have the right to do. Because again, when you look at the list of who the alternatives are, the alternates, it's not subtle. So there's some issues here that I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Jessica, I just wanted to step in and say that I'm hearing a lot of different feedback, but mostly I'm hearing one seat, one voice. And what you just explained was my alternate would also like to speak. So then we have one seat, two voices. And we don't have two seats for every, every seat on the board.
I
And
would like to just.
1 second, let me finish, please.
Mhm.
And so there tends to be an imbalance on the board when you have two folks speaking for one entity, when some of the other stakeholder groups or positions don't have that. And so I think that's where we're hearing some issues that folks don't feel like it's fair across the board. And so we're inviting members to participate. And if you take a look at the appointment letters, as Kelly had already shared, the alternate participates when the primary is unavailable. And so if we shift where both participate at the same time, then we lose that.
Let's hold that for, I would
Also,
like to
I'll
get
point
through.
out,
I
this
would
board
like,
did not feel it was fair that there be term limits, but that happened anyway.
so Jeff and Pam, and then to Mr. Bowen, and then Kelly.
Thank you. I could echo a lot of what I've heard around the table so far, but I wanted to raise a slightly different issue in terms of representation. At a high level, Hanford has always been a regional problem or regional issue for the Pacific Northwest. I represent Oregon's interests on the Hanford Cleanup Board. We are a government-appointed board. We talk to state legislators. We interface with some of our congressional delegation, and the regional interest in what is going on at Hanford is declining. So it's kind of like you talk to a congressman's office, and it's like, okay, well, if they have another tunnel collapse or something blows up, well, give us a call. So the risk in silencing the variety and diversity of voices, I think, is acute at Hanford over the long term, because you're going to lose that regional support for funding the project. So in that context, the new travel restrictions for entities like the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board, some of the tribal nations, some of the environmental organizations that say we're only going to reimburse travel. And again, a lot of these people are volunteers. For one person to come to the meeting is well, it's counterproductive at best, just stupid at worst. So on behalf of the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board, we strongly object to that. My alternate is a rancher from north central Oregon, 50 or so miles south of here. I'm a former engineer and project manager. I live in Portland. We have very, very different views on a lot of issues, but when we come to this board, we've got to agree with each other how we're going to vote, or what position we're going to take on a issue. He's not here today. How can I talk to him? How can we share experience and talk to the epidemiologists and some of the people that have worked on the site if he's not here? And he's not going to be here if you don't pay for his travel expenses. If he needs to be here, then I'm not going to be here and I won't be able to share my experience and my voice as well. So I think, in closing, I would ask the chair, is there a sense of the HAB? I think there is a tremendous amount of resistance to what DOE is trying to impose on this board in terms of alternate participation. So I would like to get, maybe a show of hands or something to see where we are.
So let me turn to Pam and then to Mr. Bowen.
Thank you. I've served on the Hanford Advisory Board for 30 years. I've been here since the beginning when it was pretty ugly. And I think those of you that are worried are perceiving something going amok that I don't believe will. We have 36 members of this board, and it's a big board. 72 people was unworkable. So we need to work within the 36. I've been a primary and I've been an alternate. As the primary, I have the opportunity to sit at the table. As an alternate, I tapped Bob Siyama on the shoulder and I was given the opportunity to speak. I was not held back from sharing my opinion. But in instances where my opinion was, as a person, different than who I think I represented, I spoke at public comment. And you all have that opportunity. So no one is being restricted from communicating their viewpoint. It works. So I'm going to share some concerns back when I was employed as executive director of the Hanford communities. The local communities were frustrated by the clout that Oregon has. Oregon has 3 members of the Hanford Advisory Board, and at times, all 3 have been committee chairs. So when you go into an executive committee meeting, you are overwhelmed by the viewpoint from Oregon. And so I think the challenge is the executive committee. I don't think it's the board meetings, because I think we have a process that has worked for 30 years, and people have been able to participate, share their views. I can't think of anybody that's been silenced. Someone that talks too much, you get a little tired of, but I mean, that's just human nature. And so give it a chance. I mean, your alternates are going to have an opportunity to communicate as well as you, and they've never been disrespected on this board. And Kelly, I know you've got a hard problem, but you also are working in a legal structure with rules and guidelines that you have to pass on to us. And you're not making it up. It's the structure that everyone else has dealt with around the country. And we have functioned much better than the other boards because we've had continuity of membership. And we've heard other boards say, I'm on for 2 years, maybe 3 or 4 years, and then I'm gone. How do you elect a chair that's only been on a board for 4 years? We don't have that problem. So I think we're really fortunate. I think the HAB's been very effective. We have the opportunity to continue to be effective. And I think the new folks who seem to be most concerned about this, it's going to be okay. My husband says that to me all the time.
And just to follow up before Mr. Bowen speaks, is that this goes back to the question of maybe what within the legal framework is possible, where are the possibilities for how those voices get accommodated? Mr. Bowen?
Yeah, thank you. And I understand that Stephanie and Ryan have kind of communicated. I was anticipating this conversation, so I sent them some notes 2 weeks ago before I left. And I'm glad I got to sit in for this last 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes. Heard a lot of what we've been thinking about and a few things I hadn't been thinking about as well. And as I mentioned with Carrie before I left, we expect continued discussion between the tri-parties on this. I do want to reiterate, I recognize that this board is different than others across the complex. It is a tri-party board that was negotiated, and one of the things that happened was Ecology dissolved a board they already had in place as part of this. So, and I don't know all the history on that. I may have to go back and sort that out. I may not have to spend time on that. But in that, the tri-parties did agree to operate under the EMSSAB umbrella for functional purposes. And until, over historically, it's been written in a manner that has allowed us to operate in slightly different structure, maybe than other boards across the complex. And so I'm hoping we can continue to do that. And I need to stress that it really, before we fully implement anything, I think the tri-parties need to be in consensus and then have some consultation with HAB memberships, which sounds like we've kind of started today as well. So those are the things I guess I'd like to highlight out of what I had shared with Stephanie and Ryan before I went on leave. And really appreciate all the feedback everybody's today and your perspectives. It's really beneficial for me to hear.
Thank you. And Kelly, I know that you have a time stop, so I will turn to you. Then there are two comments, one online and one in the room that we will get into the record, but Kelly, I want to honor your time here.
Thank you. And I apologize that I do have to leave. I have to pick up my children from school. I did want to point out that I did hear the specific comment that there's a concern about diversity on the board and that a lot of the diversity resides within the alternate appointments. And I would like to strongly encourage the interest in organizations that have seats on this board to look at who they're nominating to sit in the primary and the alternate role. Diversity of this board is everybody's responsibility. I know in the end, DOE is the one who sends out the appointment letters, but we do heavily rely on the organizations and interest to also do their part to make sure that they're nominating diverse individuals. So I just wanted to encourage that because I want to make sure that this board represents the community and it doesn't represent just certain portions of the community. It needs to represent the community as a whole. So that was just a comment I wanted to make since it sounded like that was of some concern. And I also wanted to thank everybody for expressing their opinions of what's working and what's not working. It's really helpful for me to hear. I work very closely with Lindsay and her staff to make sure I understand what's taking place. And so I just want to encourage you to continue to talk about what's working and what's not working because we want this to be a positive experience and we want this to be something that enhances the department's work. And you have a strong history of doing that, and I don't want to see that change. You guys have done some great work, and let's keep that going and work together to get that done.
And Kelly, I'll just say that at the end here, it seems like within what the art of possibility, there's still some questions about committee leadership, public versus alternate versus member. Sure, you can do a workaround, but maybe just a clear upfront thoughtful consideration of that. And then how to the art of possibility in getting the subject matter expertise of alternates and members in the room. So I'll just leave it at that. I know that you need to turn off. Simone, I know that you were online. I'm going to ask you to open your mic, and then Michelle, and then we will close this item.
Hello,
Simone,
can you hear me?
Yes, there you go. Hi, thanks.
Hi. Yeah, so I just wanted to echo this point about how this is going to work with hybrid meetings. It seems that we need to adjust how the HAB operates. For example, I don't know who's sitting in the room right now. I know that my primary is in the room, but I don't know who else's primaries are in the room. So then when I see alternates speaking, I'm not aware that they're in the primary position at that moment. And so it's hard for me to keep track of, is this being applied to everyone fairly and equally? Is everyone having a chance to speak, especially newer board members? I understand some folks have been on the board for 30 years, even with term limits, which I don't know, that doesn't quite make sense to me. but we need to make sure that everybody is getting the opportunity to speak, and you cannot, elicit new people to come on the board, younger people, and not modernize the way these meetings are being held and operated. So I just wanted to echo that point. And then the second thing is, who determines when there are public comment periods after what? Like, for example, there wasn't a public comment period after this board item. And so will there be public comments added after every board item if we want, members of the public to be sharing? And then, yeah, I mean, I think that's it. I think we don't have a participation problem. No, I think we have a participation problem on the HAB. So it seems just really arbitrary to limit speaking and when, instead of just having robust conversations. Yeah, thank you for letting me speak.
Thanks for your patience. And also we will take that public comment point offline and report back. So Michelle.
And I can answer very quickly. So historically, and how I've seen it operate, is that there is one public comment opportunity at every board meeting. Now that has happened, well, there's one per day at each board meeting. So you would have one today, which we had earlier today, and we also have one tomorrow. And so that would be the opportunity for public comment. Michelle?
I just had one clarifying question. There were comments made that not every seat has an alternate or has the opportunity to have an alternate. But in looking at the list, I couldn't really see any rhyme or reason as to which seats were allowed alternates and which were not, or whether they just didn't have one, but they were allowed to have one. So could somebody clarify that?
Sure. Kelly, do you want to take that or do you want me to answer?
I'll leave that one up to you because I really do have to leave now.
Okay,
Kelly,
perfect.
thank you so much.
So
I'm sorry. I tried to stay as long as I could.
You did great.
I appreciate it. So I will close with responding to Michelle's question, and then we can carry on to the next topic. So
Thank you all.
Thank you. And you'll notice that the organizations, and I actually have the board member, or Hanford Advisory Board membership document in front of me. So all of our constituencies, minus the public at large, are offered a primary and an alternate. You'll see in several places right now we don't have alternates, and that is because that organization chose not to put forward an alternate, or if they did, that alternate has resigned.
So the only seats that do not have alternates are public at-large seats. Any seat that represents an organization has a primary and an alternate.
Has the opportunity.
Has the opportunity
correct.
to have one. Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you for the thoughtful questions and the insights and trying to find down an opening, like what is possible. So thank you for this conversation. We are going to have a break. Yeah, we're going to shorten it to 5 minutes. So coffee, pit stop, and then we'll come back and we'll be very close to on track. So thank you. All right, thanks everybody. Thanks for those on the phone. Our next session is about follow-up on previous board actions and requests. And Karen Lutz is with cultural, I'll let her introduce herself so I don't mincemeat it. And then we'll have a discussion on any items and open it up. So go ahead, Karen. You need to bring it close to you. It's got to be up this far away.
All right, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect, yes.
All right, I'm Karen Lutz, and I have to say I've been sitting back listening to the discussion for about a half an hour, and it's really good to see the healthy dialogue continue. I used to manage and oversee the Hanford Advisory Board more than a decade ago, so it's really good to see some familiar faces still engaged and involved, and many new fresh faces and new people to the board. So just wanted to say that because it was kind of refreshing to kind of see where you guys have all come from a while. So my name is Karen Lutz, and I am with the Department of Energy. I am in the Mission Support Organization, and my responsibility is to oversee a diverse set of scope which includes oversight and management of our tribal affairs program and our cooperative agreements with the tribes. In addition to that, the protection of the cultural and natural resources out at the Hanford site. In addition to that, I also have land management activities, ecological resources protection. I have personal property management that covers the whole Hanford site. NRDA is also underneath my scope of work as well. So that's just a little bit of what my team does. But I'm here today to talk a little bit about your last discussion. And I think I'll start with the land acknowledgement is the first activity. So Lindsay and Carrie had shared with me and my team, Amanda Velasquez is our Tribal Affairs Program Manager. I think she came to the board a few months ago to brief and provide an update on tribal affairs activities. She's off doing a detail right now, so she's not with us today. But I also have a program manager, Warren Hurley, who is our Cultural Resources Program Manager, and he oversees our compliance with NHPA, the National Historic Preservation Act, and our work with the tribes on cultural resources for out at the site. So when I heard about this discussion, Carrie and Lindsay had approached my team to talk about this and how do we want to move forward on this discussion as moving forward. So myself, including my team, has had individual discussions with each of the 4 Hanford tribes, including the Wanapum, and DOE supports the development of a land acknowledgement. But what we would like to do and what I've discussed with the tribes is we'd like to have that discussion in our government to government and our tribal affairs forum that we currently have. We have a pretty robust program for tribal affairs. We meet on a regular basis, not only directly with each of the tribes, but also on a either monthly or quarterly routine. And so we have an upcoming meeting in January that this topic will be on the agenda. And I think we'll have a healthy discussion and dialogue. We've asked the tribes to bring forward their ideas and thoughts that we'll talk about what that might look like, but also how will we use it? And maybe there's opportunity to better educate publicly that land acknowledgement through our Hanford website, through materials, not just at meetings, but how do we want to do that? And so that's our plan and that's kind of our next step. So I'd like to open it up for questions, or if Rose or Christy, I know you guys are here, I don't know who else is on with the tribes, want to add anything to that? I know I'm not facilitating, but it just comes naturally.
I hear you. Yeah, turn on your mic, please, Rob.
Hi, my name is Rob. And I would like to understand better definition of what we're talking about with acknowledgement. Is this treaty, the Indian affair? I mean, what are we talking about?
Sure. So I cannot do it justice, so I'm going to let Rose, but I'll just tell you from DOE's perspective that DOE honors and recognizes the treaties that the tribes have signed, and we recognize the importance of the Hanford lands and the importance that the tribes used to utilize those lands or actually reside on them before Hanford was here. So it really is an acknowledgement of that going forward. But Rose, if you wanted to add anything in addition to that.
Yeah, basically much of what Karen said, but this is something that's really is going on all around the country. I travel a lot all over the country, and one of the things that happens on a regular basis is acknowledgement of who was here before, and acknowledging the fact that these were tribal lands before Euro-Americans came here. And it's their homelands, it's been their land since time immemorial, and they just want an acknowledgement of who they are, and an acknowledgement that the land also recognizes the tribe. And I know that that may sound foreign to some of you, but it is very real to tribal membership, the fact that this is their land and the land knows them, the land knows their language, and it's just it's not it's not a long drawn out thing. It's a simple basic acknowledgement that we would basically be saying, we acknowledge that XY tribes, that this is their homelands. These are the lands where they have treaties from here, and so it's just an acknowledgement that these lands originally belonged to XY tribes.
Is it going to be a legal document?
It's not a document. It's not a document. It would be an acknowledgement, like before a meeting, it would be an acknowledgement on a website. It would be an acknowledgement on maybe I'm even going to go so far as to say even on a piece of advice, depending on what that piece of advice could be. You know, it's not a legal thing. It's I this is not the right word, but it's the only one I can think of. It's really just a respect. It's a respect that you all acknowledge that the tribes were here first. It's their homelands, and that is why they are sitting at this table.
It's also a reminder to a board like this of what our obligation is long-term and what we're trying to do with this site.
Yes.
So
So it's not a legal thing. It's not something that is going to, that has to, is a big stamp on anything. It is a respect. It is a verbal acknowledgement, and it can be a written acknowledgement depending on what you're doing.
So Rob, I'm just gonna, this is Judy, the facilitator. As an example, in California, at the opening of a meeting, they might say, we're also acknowledging that where we're meeting today, it was and continues to be important lands for the Hupa, the Yurok, and the Karuk tribes. So it can be as simple as that, but it's an acknowledgement.
And I would just add, Rob, that for all of you, DOE currently does not have an overarching policy to develop land acknowledgements, but we know it's something that is new and becoming new and being used. There are some states that we are now have adopted that and are requiring it, but we do think it's, based on our relationship and government to government relationship with each of the 4 tribes and our relationship with them, that it's important that we develop some sort of acknowledgement and discuss how we might use that going forward.
So I just want to add to that then, that going forward, we brought that up at this forum, this meeting, that we felt like it would be important. There's people from all over, that attend this meeting, and we felt it was important to have that kind of acknowledgement. They do, like I said, they do it all over the country. Whether they're required to or not, we're seeing it all over the country. And but in conversations with Department of Energy, on an individual basis and on a group basis, we did feel that our tribal affairs meeting would be the best place to develop a land acknowledgement that would serve for all 4 tribes. It wouldn't be an individual anything. So we are going to come together at our tribal affairs meeting, and it may take more than 1 meeting. I don't know, but we are going to develop the language, and then what we do with that language and where that language will appear and where it will be used then becomes, that next step. But we first have to develop the language, so we are going to be working on that in a different forum.
Okay, thank you very much. Pam, do you have a question on the tribe and the land acknowledgement?
No, I'd just like to give a bit of a local government perspective. Certainly, the local governments in the region, I'm sure, acknowledged that tribal people were here. But I would caution you in terms of expanding that to previous ownership. Because when Hanford land was acquired by the Department of Energy, none of the parcels were owned by tribal people. Land was taken away from the farmers and the people that lived in this region. So I think they have some stake too. They got kicked off their farms, they lost their crops. Respect for those individuals, I think also should be recognized.
So the question here on the tribal acknowledgement is going back to the tribal office for discussion among the tribes. Land tenure on this continent goes back a long time, and it is complex history. So Rose, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to address that in that while it's easy to say, well, the tribes didn't own any land here. The tribes had signed a treaty in 1855, and there were rights that were reserved on all of these lands. And there was a lot of land that was still federally owned within the Hanford site that the tribe had treaty rights to. And in fact, the tribes, even with the settlers here, with people who were farming, the tribes still came back. There was a lot of farmers who honored those rights and allowed tribes to come and hunt and dig roots, gather foods and medicines even on their own land. The Jaegers were very, very good about that, as just as an example, as well as others. And so the fact that there is a treaty of 1855 and that there are reserve rights on these lands, and that is part of what needs to be acknowledged. Again, it's one of the main reasons that tribes have a seat at this table. It's the tribe has a seat at the trustee council. It is a trustee for the Hanford area. It's because of that document. So we do recognize that there were settlers that came in and that there were communities that lived here and everything. But what we're asking for is acknowledgement of who the original owners were. There's a lot of spiritual places on the site, places that have sacred meaning to the tribe. And so a land acknowledgement based on that, based on cultural tradition and the treaty, is just something that most entities are finding very appropriate.
So thank you. And this is going back. Again, we'll hear an update from this at some point in the future. And then Karen, you are also looking at this question about, I want to say, cultural stewardship on the committee description.
Yeah, it was, so I also understood that I think Rose and Lorene had proposed some language to include in one of your new committees, which I can't remember the name of. I'm just used to the River and Plateau committee name. So I understand that those are changing.
It is the Land Use, Infrastructure, and Waste Disposition and Safety Subcommittee.
So I also took that back and had discussions with all 4 of the tribes. And so as I was talking about my program and the work that we do, we have a robust cultural resources program that we meet with the tribes on a monthly basis. And this is to review and discuss protection of cultural resources, but also to talk about every cultural review that happens on the Hanford site that's associated with the cleanup action. And that's associated with that's driven by the requirements and the NHPA compliance. And so as part of that, that's where we have that relationship with the tribes where they can provide input to the Department of Energy on the protection of those resources. So that's kind of a legal or policy requirement that we now already do. And so the discussions that I had with Rose and some of the other tribes is that each one of your seats, and you all know this better than I, but each one of your seats represents your interest, your organization. And so when the tribes come to the table at this table as part of HAB or HAB advice, it's really their role is to provide what's important to them, what interests do they want the board to hear about or maybe include in advice going forward. It's not for the department or for any other HAB member to say, I want you to consider this part of your interest, make that, I'll have to actually include that as part of your interest seat. So I've talked to Rose a little bit about that and the other board members. And I don't think we're going to move forward with proposing that language, but we do think there's an opportunity for DOE and the Hanford tribes to come and maybe do some educational briefings and outreach to you all about the type of work that we do and how they are involved in the government-to-government relationship with DOE and the work that we do and how they provide input to us as well, in addition to this forum.
Go ahead, Rose. And then Susan.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. And I just wanted to add, because we have had a lot of conversation about this, and I've actually had conversations with Christy about potentially putting together a presentation that we would maybe give to the HABS group, maybe at a first meeting after new membership or something, that would better explain tribal interests, why the tribes are sitting at this table. My concern, and this would be something that we could do in a presentation, but my main concern and the reason that I brought it up is to ensure that all the HAB membership understand and realize that with any advice that goes out, there is an obligation to make sure that the advice is not going to be in conflict with any laws or regulations, in particular governing cultural resources. And we certainly will advocate for that in any of the meetings and certainly with any advice that is coming through. But I do feel that there's a level of education that probably needs to be done with, especially with new membership coming in, so that they better understand the tribe's role and the tribe's concerns. And so we will work together on that. We'll bring in the C2IR as well, and see if we can maybe jointly put together a presentation that, honestly, Christy and I were talking about this before this even became an issue. So it's something that we definitely were planning that probably we should do. So we will do that, and be able to work with you to maybe be able to schedule that educational part of it, maybe bring Warren in for that meeting too, so that we've got a broad, can have a broad discussion about cultural resources and the obligation to protect and take into consideration impacts to cultural resources by any of the activities out there.
Okay, thank you. Susan.
Okay, I'm a close the loop kind of person. Rose, are you, do you, okay, this is you and Amber for Heart of America. Now, last meeting, you abstained on the committee descriptions pending the discussion. Are you satisfied with the decision from as far as the LIDS committee description as it is today?
Yeah, I think we would be, as long as we are in agreement that the board will afford time for a presentation, like at the beginning of each new session, if you will, when new membership comes in, because that was our main concern, was to make sure that membership understood. So as long as we have that understanding that there would be time allotted in that first meeting of the new session, I'm not sure what we call it.
Are you talking orientation or first board meeting?
No, I'm talking about the first board
Okay.
meeting when, yeah, that first board meeting that we will have a cultural resource discussion. If we can do that, then we will be fine with the way the language stands.
Okay. And Heart of America, Amber just walked out. I'm
Yes.
gonna, if she comes in, she can put her, provide her input. And then the land acknowledgement statement, you're gonna meet in January. We have our next board meeting in February. Can we get at least a status? That way it stays on the screen.
Yeah, and like Rose said, a lot of times it's an evolution, right?
Right.
So it's going to take us some time to have a healthy dialogue and come to a final. So that could take us months, but we're starting the dialogue in January.
And that's it. I just wanted kind of as a status so it doesn't go off the screen.
Amber's here.
Amber, is Heart of America okay? I know you, I'm throwing this at you.
No, I'm going to defer to the tribes. If the tribes, specifically Yakima, if this is a good solution, and I think it is, incorporated to the education of new board members, I think that's a great vision and support that fully.
All right, thank you. Oh. So it was first meeting, she had to step out. So the proposal is that the first meeting after new member come in, that there be an overview. Thank you for that catch. Richard.
And so how is this, I mean, Becky had to go to a doctor's appointment, but how does this affect the LIDS description? Is that separate?
It keeps, it stands as adopted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. But just from the standpoint, we are the land use committee. And so such a presentation at the land use committee would. And I guess from I work closely with the Yakima Nation through other boards I'm on, the Yakima Basin Fish and Wildlife Recovery Board. I guess what I would be asking the tribes is to consolidate what all the tribes' interests are into one. If you guys can agree, I mean, there's a struggle. If you guys can agree to what are the overall tribal interests, not individual tribes, but overall. at a high level.
That's what the intent is. You might have missed it, but I said that we're actually, Christy and I have been talking about this for several months now about doing some kind of a presentation, and we will bring in obviously the CTYR as well. So hopefully, I mean, what we would want to be able to put together would be something that would be come from all three tribes as well as Department of Energy, bringing in Warren, so there would be full representation of obligations under the law, tribal interests, and that type of thing. So that is the intent, is for it to be a joint presentation.
All right, so thank you. Karen, do you have any final comments that you'd like to share, or perspectives? And then we'll go on to the final action item.
I don't, but I just wanted to thank the tribes for working with us and working through this issue and coming back so we could close with you all on next steps. So thank you.
And thank you for being here and the work that you do. All right, the last one was a board request for reissued response to advice 314, which I believe was the previous cleanup priorities. Is that right?
Correct. That request did come through, and Mr. Vance has decided he would not like to reissue his response.
And you had also previously noted that you would provide the feedback on the advice going forward.
Correct. And I think that, I apologize for not expanding, but yes, I have shared all of the concerns that were shared with me at the ESC level regarding the response to the HAB advice number 314. And so we will take a look at the response come the next piece of advice that comes through. So I know that we have an issue manager team working on FY26 cleanup priorities advice. And so I look forward to that issue manager team meeting tomorrow afternoon.
And with that, I think, go ahead, Susan. Yes, go ahead. Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. We're going to go round robin. I've got a question for everybody. The agencies are, one of the agencies is suggesting to have an evening meeting in February. I would like to hear from each individual how you feel about it, because this is your meeting. Yes, it's for the public too, but you're the key players. So I need to hear. It would run like we did in the past when we had an evening meeting, from basically start at 1 o'clock.
Audio, can you guys hear us? We lost the audio. Can you guys hear us?
Seems like the room got muted.
Yeah, I think the room got muted.
I guess we can talk amongst ourselves.
That'll teach him.
No, I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to talk yet.
That's right.
How, to get data if there was a difference in participation level. So just making sure that we're not, I think what they were looking for is not fully giving up on evening meetings to see if the attendance would be different from HAB membership and the public in an evening component. And so that's some of the background from my understanding. And so what we're looking for is, as Susan said, is getting feedback from everybody at the HAB to see what your preference is for the timing of meetings during the daytime, evening, whenever. So.
And it does look like we have Dave Enan online. So, yep. So Dave, do you want to provide any input here?
Yeah, just, we initially did we did 2 with the evening component so far. I don't know if those were effective. I didn't feel like those were necessarily fully representative of what they could be. I want to try whatever we can to make ourselves available, and make this work for people. Um, Again, as someone from the agency, I'm kind of supposed to be as flexible as I can be, right? So and that includes evening time. Um, and so I'm willing to go for it. And so it really depends on the board membership and what you what you can support, and to the extent that you've got some of your constituencies that are public people and would like to attend, you know would an evening component help them? So uh, I'm I want what's best, and I look to you all to tell me what that is.
And so right now we have Richard, Pam, Larry, and Tom. Lindsay's gonna.
I just wanted to step in, and I see in the chat it has said 1 to 8 p.m. as the timing. Now, I think we need to be flexible because there are times where I don't think that time would work for everybody. So I think what I understand is Dave Enan is looking for an evening component. So it could be something like a 12 to 6, or, I mean, I think we just need to get some input on what the board thinks.
And there was some history on that. So Richard, Pam, Larry, Tom, and Steve.
Okay, I think what I would suggest is discussion after tonight's meeting to see who shows up. I mean, you've definitely advertised that meeting a lot. I know I'm not going to be there. I'll be at the city council meeting. And that's how I've described before, is having a meeting on Tuesday nights. You exclude all council members of the area. Thank you.
Okay. Pam?
I was going to make that point also. I think somebody meets on Monday, but as I recall, when something like this was tried before, we didn't get anybody extra. So you need to keep that in mind. And also, February is the wrong month. We're most likely to have snow and ice, and I live on a hill. So I mean, pick a spring month to do something like this, and see what happens with the meeting tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Larry?
I was going to make the same point, actually. I don't think February is optimal for a meeting, an evening meeting. I would rather see a spring or fall. I have no objection to an evening meeting, but there are people that wouldn't overnight here, that would have to drive a distance after the meeting. And at night, even if it isn't snowing, that's pretty scary in wintertime.
Thanks. Tom?
Yeah, I'll echo Pam and Larry there. Health and safety wise, and just logistics wise, when there's more daylight, it's easier to have an evening meeting. And if we did a fall or late summer evening meeting, it gives the TPA agencies sufficient time to come up with a gangbuster agenda that's going to draw people in, as opposed to just, not saying that the standard agency updates isn't valuable, but it's not something that's people are going to change their evening plans to come see.
Okay. Steve, did you want to weigh in, or? Okay. Chris and then Rose.
As a member representing the older generation, an old guy.
A little closer to the mic.
Representing the older age people in here, I'm getting night blind. And I don't like to drive at night, especially when there's a lot of traffic coming toward me with lights on. So I have no objection to evening meetings, let's say when it's daylight saving times in the summer months, when I can drive home and it's still light. In December, January, and February, I'm opposed to evening meetings simply from a safety perspective. Is I'm a little concerned about my driving at night when there's headlights coming in on G-Way or some other busy city street where there's a lot of traffic coming the other way.
Thank you. Rose?
I think I have to follow suit with putting it off a little bit for daylight, number one, being able to develop a more robust agenda, number two. And then number three, hopefully to be able to give time for some conversation. If you're going to do an evening meeting, and I'm trying to be sympathetic to Oregon down here where they were saying that you only are paying for one person to have a hotel. So if you're going to do an evening meeting and you want to be able to have full participation by your primary and your alternate, then I think you need to be prepared to really consider being able to pay, for those travel expenses, a hotel and such for that additional person as well. So just adding that little tidbit too.
All right. Do you want to go around the room? Thumbs up, thumbs down, or Jacob, go ahead. Well, no, go ahead. Let's hear.
My thumb would be up for evening meetings, and I think a lot of people who have day jobs would like that as well. So
Evening meetings as a concept are good. How do you feel about February? Shrug.
well, for me, February's fine. I mean, I would like to have it every month. I understand, but I understand the choice that you got to make. I won't say that you're a bad person because you don't do it in February.
Okay.
That's just, for me, it's better every.
All right. Susan, what's your pleasure? A quick run around the room? Sure. All right. So Pam, what do you think? What's your level of support? Yes, no, don't care for a February evening meeting? Thank you. Bradley?
Don't care.
Okay.
Not affected.
Okay. Okay. All right.
I'd like to first ask, don't hear me?
Yeah.
Turn on your microphone, please.
Well, there it is. Okay. Question one is, what problem are we trying to solve by having an evening meeting? Then as far as the other considerations that have come up, they're all valid concerns. Night driving, hotel rooms, alternates, all that kind of stuff has to play. So it might be worth asking how many people would need to travel a lot to get here. And with that, my own preference, I think, I have nothing against an evening meeting, but I happen to live here. If it's in Spokane, for instance, I have to think twice about it. But anyway, these are just things. What problem are we trying to solve by having an evening meeting?
And what is your personal preference if there were an evening meeting in February?
Well, February is better than December. Let me put it that way.
All right, so Ryan?
Can I offer this? I just know we're at time. Does it make sense if folks maybe, and I want to, you guys are welcome to do what you want, and I might direct to Susan, but does it make sense for folks to maybe think about this overnight and we have this tomorrow? I just know that going around to every single person around the room and online is probably going to take a while, and we're at 3.
We'd like to provide additional opportunity for folks to take a break, get some food, do what they need to do before the Hanford dialogue this afternoon.
How do
Susan?
people?
We can't stick to yes, no.
Yeah, let's go around, and if you can pass. So yes, no, don't care, or pass. Dan?
Pass.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
1 second. Okay.
No preference.
No preference.
No.
Okay. 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 No. 1 second. Okay.
No preference.
All right.
No.
Okay, Steve is yay. All right, so thanks for that feedback. And with that, do we suspend the meeting? Because
we will adjourn for this afternoon, and we will see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
And Tom, just give me your response.
Thank you, everyone.
In chat.